Can you? Yeah.
House Field, the scene for tonight's game between the Harbor Hawks and the Harwich Mariners. His first pitch is about to get underway with Clark Elliott on the mound. At the plate on the mound is going to be Bo Keithley for Harwich as the first pitch misses outside for ball one. Lincoln Revill alongside Austin DeCouta here. Apologize for that late start. As we are underway, pitch comes in up high, missing for ball two.
Elliott in the leadoff spot today for Hyannis, followed up by Dom Johnson, the right fielder, Nick Romano, the first baseman in the 3-hole, Luke Mann batting cleanup and playing third base, Zane Harris, the DH in the 5 spot, Mitch Hardigan, the left fielder, is batting 6th. Batting 7, Caleb Pendleton, the catcher. Batting 8, Trent Taylor. He makes his first start of the season at second base. Batting 9th, Ryan Romano, the shortstop. He makes his second start of the year at short.
Luke. That's Zane Harris in the DH spot was responsible for yesterday's lone run for the Harbor Hawks, that sacrifice fly that he had. That sac fly ended up bringing Elliott home.
Elliott, the team leader in on-base percentage and batting average. If you exclude Nick Romano, I believe. Nick Romano's only had about 5 games, but Elliott has been the leader for the guys who have played more than 5 games, so like a full season, I guess you could say, even though he came in late too.
Yeah, just about.
Amongst qualified hitters, I'd say.
Elliott playing in his 15th game, his 15th appearance of the season. Just 10 games short of Kyle Ball, who currently leads the team in appearances with 25 now, as that is ball 4 on the full count. Elliott reaches to start us off with a 4-pitch walk, or 4-ball walk, I should say.
Elliott doing his job out of the leadoff spot, getting on base, and you set yourself up in a good spot here. Elliott also has good speed at first base. He has 5 stolen bases on the year in 5 attempts. We saw one last night. We'll see if that could be in play here.
Now Dom Johnson stepping in, a little bit of an unfamiliar sight. He's getting an at-bat early in the lineup, actually, as usually we see him either in the middle or towards the lower part of the lineup. The 2 holes, he swings and fouls that one off for an 0-1 count. Johnson batting .231 on the season so far. As he steps into the right-handed box. Now Bo Keithley from the right-handed side of the mound. Has his glove near his shoulder. He goes from the stretch with a runner on first. 0-2 the count, nobody out. Pitch comes in. Swing and a miss from Johnson, a 3-pitch strikeout for out number 1 and strikeout number 1 for Bo Keithley.
Terrific breaking ball there at 77 to get Johnson out in front and pick up a strikeout. Good start there, or good bounce back by Keithley after allowing a leadoff walk. He's in and around the zone early, which is important.
The Harbor Hawks facing the Mariners from White House Field for the 2nd time this season. We faced them very early this summer as we got out to a 2-run lead and then ended up taking a loss by a score of 4-2 after a 4-run 8th inning from the Mariners.
That was a good ball game back and forth, but unfortunately the Mariners were able to score late in that one. But Ryan Romano, a guy who had 2 hits here in that ball game, seems to like playing at White House Field. Now his twin brother would like to do the same.
Count at 0-1. Nick Romano now at the plate. We mentioned he just got activated earlier this week. Runner goes to second, throw down to second base, gets past. And Elliott's going to stay at second base. That was past a tripping Cody A over at second base.
Elliott continues to be the leader on the base pass for Hyannis since joining the team. He now is 6 for 6 on stolen base attempts on the year. He led Michigan, or tied for the lead at Michigan in stolen bases. So he is showing you his all 5 tools as an outfielder, leading the team in average, OBP, now has 6 stolen bases, a terrific glove, and he has a home run, so a real 5-tool athlete.
Here's the 0-2. Fouled off from Romano. We'll stay at 0-2. Going around the horn real quick for the Mariners, like I mentioned, Bo Keithley on the mound. That's Brendan Tinsman currently at the behind the dish at catcher. Brock Wilkin over at third. Zach Preisner over at shortstop. That's Max Codier over at second and Dylan Phillips at first. And then going from left to right in the outfield, Josh Hood in left. That's Jordan Beck in center and Press Kavanaugh out in right as that one's fouled off. Elliott tried to go to third, but he has to retreat now after that one was a foul ball, landing out of play. 0-2, sorry.
Elliott aggressive out of the gate, trying to swipe third there. 0-2. We saw that come back to bite Hyannis last night as Elliott was off on a pitch, but got doubled off as Kyle Ball hit a fly ball to second base. So got to be careful with 2 strikes, and the guy pretty much forced to swing if it's in the zone.
Count at 0-2. 1 away. Pitch comes in. Chopped down the third base line. That's going to be picked up by Wilkin. Throw to first. Picked up by Phillips for out number 2. Elliott's going to stay at second base, and with 2 away, Luke Mann steps to the plate.
That was a terrific job there by Wilkin to field it, freeze Elliott at second base so he can't advance to third. And now you have 2 outs and a good chance for Harwich to get out of the inning without a run coming across.
Mann making his mark in the left-handed batter's box as he steps in for his first time today. Mann didn't play in last night's game against the Katuitt Kettleers. Last night's game ended short against the Kettleers. We only played 5.5 innings of play as we ended up running out of daylight after about a 45-minute rain delay.
Mann hit a plethora of home runs over the right field fence today in batting practice here at Harwich. It's 330 down the right field line, 330 down the left field line, and 400 to dead center, one of the longer ballparks in the Cape Cod Baseball League. So you have to give it a good ride to get it over.
Now the longest point distance-wise, of course, is at Eldridge Park. The Orleans Firebirds field is center field down there is 450 feet.
A good shot. Good luck getting it out of there.
Mm-hmm. Now we mentioned there was one person in Cape history that's hit it out towards dead center field over that 450 mark. I forgot who it was now, but there was one person way back in the day. So that ball misses. 2-1 now the count.
Luke Mann, the team leader in homers and RBI. 3 home runs and 17 runs batted in. The next highest is 7 RBI, which is Dom Johnson and Kyle Ball, each with 7.
Man, 6'2", 210 pounds from the University of Missouri. As he swings and fouls that one off, that heads out of play. Over towards the crowd here at White House Field.
Now with the count 2-2, 2 away, Lincoln, do you bring back your lucky hat?
What do you think?
Quick
yes or no?
I don't know. That's your choice.
Let's go for it. Go for it.
Lincoln's lucky hat.
It seemed to work last night, so we'll see what happens. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Keithley takes a look over at second to giddy Elliott as that one's a high fly ball out towards right field. That's going to be Kavanaugh coming in and actually going to be called off by Codier, who makes the grab for out number 3. The top half of the first goes down as Elliott, the lone base runner, reaching on a walk. And before we actually head to the bottom half of the first inning, we're going to toss it over to our sideline reporter, Taylor Farmer, who caught up with Zane Harris before tonight's game.
Thank you, Lincoln. No, we didn't get to see Harris have an at-bat yet, but he said walking up to the plate, it's just important that they're confident tonight and on time for the fastball and proactive on that off-speed pitch. And I asked him about how he feels he's improved as a player this summer. He says just working through failures and not carrying bad at-bats over. I think that's important for the team tonight, and excited to see what he does in the next inning.
Thank you very much, Taylor, and we're going to take a quick break before the bottom half of the first inning on the Harbor Hawks Baseball Network.
is gone.
Holy cow.
Zane Harris crushed that one.
A long drive towards right center field, and it's gone in the trees.
Hit from Braithwaite. Swung on and missed, and the ball game is over. The Harbor Hawks have defeated the Katuitt Kettleers.
That one is a good long drive towards left field, and gone!
You're listening to the Harbor Hawks Baseball Network.
The Harbor Hawks Baseball Network here for the bottom half of the first inning as the Harwich Mariners will get their first set of at-bat in tonight's game. Currently scoreless in the bottom half of the first inning as Jonas Scalaro will be on the mound for the Harbor Hawks. And going through that starting lineup real quick for the Mariners, Press Kavanaugh starting us off out in right field. Josh Hood batting behind him in the 2-hole out in left. Brock Wilkin at third base in the 3-hole, followed by Carter Putz, the DH, in the cleanup spot. It's going to be Dylan Phillips in the 5-hole playing at first base, followed by Jordan Beck. Brendan Tinsman in the 7-hole at catcher. Max Codier in the 8-hole. He'll be at second base. And then Zach Preisner will be at short to bring out the rear in the 9-hole. Count 1-0 from Scalaro as that pitch finds his own. 1-1 now the count to Kavanaugh, who, as I mentioned earlier, is out in right field. Scalaro getting his third start of the season. He's had some very impressive numbers. 18 innings pitched up to this date. Only given up 4 hits, 2 earned runs. Has walked 7 and struck out 23.
And over his last 2 starts, the only 2 starts he has, he was a reliever before those. He has 17 strikeouts and has allowed just 1 run.
2-1 swung on and fouled off, bringing the count even at 2-2 now.
Scalaro has become one of the best, if not the best, starting pitcher in the Cape League the last couple of weeks. He's been dominant, and he's an all-star as well. And he made the all-star team, one of 3 all-star selections for Hyannis. Scalaro, fellow starting pitcher Adrian Saravo, and starting center fielder Clark Elliott, 3 all-stars for Hyannis, and they've been amongst the best in the league.
Now Caleb Pendleton, who's behind the plate for the Harbor Hawks, feeling some discomfort as the trainer, along with Coach Calhoun, is coming on out to take a look at him. So I think we're going to take a quick break here at the bottom half of the first inning, right here on the Harbor Hawks Baseball Network. Back here, bottom half of the first inning, coming up from White House Field. The Harbor Hawks taking on the Harwich Mariners. Caleb Pendleton, who is behind the dish for the Harbor Hawks, is okay after a quick checkup from the trainer along with Coach Gary Calhoun. As the count 2-2 from Scalaro comes in, swing and a miss at the drop third strike. Pendleton picks that one up. The long throw over to first gets away from Nick Romano. So Press Kavanaugh is going to start us off here. He goes down swinging, but that won't count as a strikeout as he reaches first safely.
Well, such a good pitch there from Scalaro. It was so good that it took Kavanaugh way out of the zone, but unfortunately it just got too far by Pendleton, and he tried to rush the throw because Kavanaugh runs well, and unfortunately he reaches on the drop third strike. Scalaro does pick up the strikeout, though, to lead us off, so he continues his strikeout streak.
Still no outs with a runner on first. Scalaro from the left-handed side as he comes home. That one's fouled off for an 0-1 count to Josh Hood now. Hood's going to be out in left for the Mariners tonight. From NC State, Hood is batting .246 on the season so far. He's 15 for 61 total. Knocked in 11 runs so far.
Hood, one of the 2021 Red Sox draft picks. Doesn't appear he's agreed to sign, though.
Runner goes to second. The throw from Pendleton gets past. That goes into center field. Picked up quickly by Clark Elliott out in center. Count goes to 1-1 now after that ball misses low. And meanwhile, that's Kavanaugh extending over to second on a stolen base.
Tough play to make for Pendleton. Looked like a breaking ball coming in. He had to rush the throw. I think Kavanaugh would have been safe at second anyways with the stolen base.
That's a tough play to make anytime you have to stop that ball in the dirt. He had to make sure he got in front of him first before he could pick it up and chunk it on down to second. Still made it what might have been a decently close play, though, as the 1-1 comes in. Breaking ball, that gets past Pendleton as well. Kavanaugh's going to extend over to third, as the Mariners already have a runner 90 feet away from scoring the opening run here in the bottom of the first.
Yeah, a little bit of a tough start tonight for the Harbor Hawks. Kavanaugh reaches base after striking out, and a couple of pitches later, he's on third base, and we're still in the second batter of the game. See if Scalaro can bounce back here. He's really good at limiting any of the minimal base runners that he allows, so we'll see what he does here.
Two one, lofted out towards right field. That's going to be Johnson coming back near the wall, and he'll make the grab for out number 1. Meanwhile, Kavanaugh's going to come in from third to score the opening run for the Mariners, who now lead 1-0 here in the bottom of the first.
Well, Josh Hood does his job and comes through with a sacrifice fly. That's all you have to do is put the ball in play, get that guy home from third, and Harwich will be happy they don't have to battle back this time at home against Hyannis. They can start out with the lead 1-0 here.
So now with 1 out, nobody on, Brock Wilkin's going to come in. Wilkin over at third base for the Mariners tonight. Mariners wearing their off-white jerseys. Mariners across the front in navy lettering with a red outline. Red Sox red helmets to their attire as well. Harbor Hawks, on the other hand, wear their away blue jerseys, pinstripe pants, and the away hats, the blue cap with the orange bill. As the 1-0 finds the inside of the zone for strike one. 1-1 now the count to Wilkin.
Nice pitch there by Scalaro. He brings the fastball inside, puts it right on the black, and his fastball sits between 88 and sometimes 90, so he knows how to locate it.
A breaking ball, beautiful pitch there from Scalaro as he brings his own now to 1-2. Wilkin batting .319 on the season from Wake Forest. Has 30 hits and 20 RBI so far.
See if he goes back to the breaking ball here.
1-2. Another breaking ball tipped and caught by Pendleton for out number 2 as Wilkin goes down swinging.
Such a good pitch.
That's now strikeout number 2 for Jonas Scalaro as Carter Putz steps up to the plate.
Brock Wilkin, one of the best hitters in the Cape, amongst the RBI leaders with 20, and Scalaro sets him down with relative ease.
So now with 2 away, Scalaro brings this first pitch home to Putz. That one misses high and away. 4-1. 1-0 the count with 2 away. A warm day from Harwich. Is temperature currently at 77. Wind out of the south-southeast at 5 miles an hour. So not very much wind. The Stars and Stripes out there in right field above the scoreboard, relatively limp at the pole. Very sunny day, not very many clouds, and the shade just touching home plate as that pitch comes in for strike 1.
Lots of foul territory here at White House Field as well, and a long way to the backstop from home plate. So pass balls to this field could sometimes result in 2 bases depending on how far back here they get.
As Austin mentioned a few moments ago, White House Field, one of the bigger fields in the Cape League, as the 2-1 comes home. Another magnificent breaking ball brings the count now to 2-2, and that one had quite a bit of break on it.
It does. It's 80 miles per hour, and it moves across the zone. Very tough on both right-handed and left-handed hitters.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Pitch comes in, swing and a miss, drop third strike. That's going to be Pendleton tossing it over to first, picked up and caught by Nick Romano for out number 3. That ends the first inning. The Mariners take an early 1-0 lead with the Harbor Hawks coming up after this.
Hi, my name is Caden Rose. I'm an infielder for the Harbor Hawks, and you're listening to the Harbor Hawk Network.
Zane Harris set to start us off here in the top of the second inning as we are back on the Harbor Hawks Baseball Network. Lincoln Revill alongside my good friend Austin DeCouta here for the remainder and the entirety of this game. For those of y'all just joining us, our sideline reporter Taylor Farmer caught up with Zane before today's game. Be sure to go and check out our YouTube page for that interview. Swings that first pitch and fouls it off, 0-1 the count.
Zane talked a lot about getting on the fastball. Something that the Harbor Hawks did well early in yesterday's ball game with Clark Elliott leading off in the single and then Kyle Ball doubling, but the remainder of the game they were kept off balance by Matthews, the starting pitcher for DeCouta. They need to get out early and often here.
Pitch finds the zone, brings the count to 0-2 now. Harris batting .212 on the season in the left-handed box. He's sporting a black leg guard as he fouls that one off. It looks like a new bat for Harris too. That light colored handle, a very blue barrel, and it looks like a bright orange logo there. The Harbor Hawk colors. I like it. Not a bad look at all.
Quiet night at the ballpark, but the stands are packed.
Full crowd, nobody's talking really as the 0-2 misses down low. 1 ball and 2 strikes now the count. That's how you know everybody's devoted when everybody's like a passionate baseball fan whenever there's a lot of people, but it's just, you could hear a pin drop almost.
Yeah, very, very quiet. But the stands are full.
Fans on both sets of grandstands along with the bleachers behind us.
A little different than DeCouta. Lots of chatter during yesterday's ball game.
DeCouta was probably one of the more lively crowds that we've seen all season long. Even at home games, McKeon Park, our crowds, although very big, pretty quiet.
Yesterday, when it rained at DeCouta, everybody scattered. Within 30 seconds, it was cleared out.
The 2-2 misses low. 3-2 now the count.
And this is what Zane Harris does so well, is battle in counts. He was down 0-2, and once again, he's worked it to a full count. I'd like to see a stat on that, how many times he's been down and brought the count to full this year, because it's almost on a nightly basis that he continues to fight and draws a ton of walks. His on-base percentage is solid. He's really come around the last couple of weeks.
Swings and misses at the breaking ball on that 3-2 count. And Harris goes down swinging to start us off here in the top of the second. That is strikeout number 2 on the night for Bo Keithley.
Sometimes the pitcher just wins the battle, and that was just a perfect pitch by Keithley. One that you have to swing at. It starts in the zone and just drops a little bit, but a good at-bat for Harris nonetheless to battle back from being down early.
Now Keithley with a delivery that the Harbor Hawks not really used to seeing. We've seen it a couple of times, but Keithley with a sidearm delivery as he brings home the first pitch to Mitch Hardigan, and that hits him on the knee, it looked like, as he gets to reach first on a free base.
That's an uncomfortable place to be hit, right on the kneecap.
Now batting for the Harbor Hawks, number 19.
As soon as it made contact with him, he reached down, sort of touched it a little bit, and then got ready to head on down to first. One of the worst places to get hit. There's no meat at all. That's all bone, your kneecaps.
We've seen guys get hit there and have a bone bruise and need a couple of days off. Hardigan seems fine. He's on first, getting his lead already.
First pitch now to Caleb Pendleton, the other Florida Atlantic player, along with Mitch Hardigan, both sporting their FAU helmets.
Back-to-back in the order. Pendleton with a pair of homers. He's got some power.
Here's the 1-0. That misses for ball 2. Keithley comes set from the left-handed side. He brings that one home inside, almost hitting Pendleton, but instead Hardigan is going to head on down to second on the pass ball as that one got past the glove of Tinsman.
It's a tough pitch. It looked like Tinsman was setting up down in the zone. It came out of the hand early from Keithley, and by the time he got the glove up there, it was a little too late as it popped off the mitt.
3 balls and no strikes now the count. Pendleton in the right-handed box. Sporting a dark brown barreled bat as the 3-0 comes in. That misses, actually a called strike at the high border of the strike zone for strike 1.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Still a hitter's count here at 3-1. See if Pendleton can do something here or if he's going to be a little bit more patient at the dish.
3 balls and 1 strike. Hardigan with a lead over at second. Base hit could score him. We've seen some speed from him. As the pitch comes in, misses outside, ball 4. Back-to-back walks, or runners allowed on base, really, as Hardigan goes down, or goes up to second after being hit by a pitch, and then Pendleton now reaches first on a walk.
A little bit of control trouble here for Keithley. The hit by pitch off the knee, and then 4 balls to Pendleton, 1 strike. So a little bit of a lost touch for the strike zone, I guess, and a good chance here for Taylor.
It's the 2nd walk of the night for Keithley, the 3rd free base allowed on the night. It's now with runners on first and second, and 1 away. Trent Taylor steps up to the plate, got his first start in last night's game. Has his first start in the infield tonight as he's at second base. An interesting little setup as Taylor at second and Ryan Romano will be over at shortstop.
Taylor tried to drop a bunt there on the first pitch, and he sent it flying over the backstop.
Heard a random scream from back there. Hope everybody was okay.
See if he tries to bunt here again.
The 0-1. No bunt shown as that one misses for ball 1.
He doesn't see the ball.
Tinsman was unaware of the ball which was behind him, and even though he didn't know where the ball was, I think it's a good idea from Hardigan not to extend over to third. Wasn't far enough away from Tinsman to where he could have gotten there safely.
Yeah, not worth the risk here, especially with runners on first and second and 1 out.
Infield fly is in effect as the 1-1 swung on and missed, bringing the count to 1-2 now to Taylor.
We've seen Taylor a couple of times this season, but I wouldn't say he's getting regular at-bats just yet, as he was a little bit of a late add to the team, so it might take him a little bit to get into the groove. We've seen an adjustment period for everybody here, all the hitters, to get used to the pitching.
Taylor only in his 4th appearance. He's appeared in 3 games before tonight as he watches that one go low. 2-2 the count with 1 away. Taylor from Central Florida, still looking for that first hit of the season. Did score 1 time in that walk-off win that we had against the Wareham Gatemen a couple of nights ago. 2-2 comes in. Breaking ball missing just low. 3-2 now the count. A tempting looking breaking ball there from Keithley. Good eye there from Taylor not to chase after that one, and now he's a full count at bat here with runners on first and second, 1 away.
See if he goes back to that pitch again.
The payoff. Misses up high. Bases loaded now after back-to-back walks. As Taylor reaches for his first time tonight.
Good take there by Taylor. A tough pitch to take, just too high. And now here comes a guy who's been successful here at White House Field in our only visit.
And we saw that pitch actually to Taylor. That was called ball 4. Just the last at bat to Pendleton ended up being called a strike and looked about almost in the same spot. Now a mound visit comes up for the Mariners. It's going to be Tinsman, Keithley, and then the pitching coach, it looks like, for the Mariners. Just a quick little visit.
Yeah, after a hit by pitch and back-to-back walks, it's not a bad thing to check in with your starting pitcher. It's the 3rd walk he's issued of the ball game. Bases loaded. Here's a good chance for Ryan Romano to come through. I don't think you think about a bunt in this situation. Still early in the ball game, but you would love to tie the ball game up any way you can. Obviously, a sac fly deep enough will score Hardigan, who has decent speed, so you're really looking for some solid contact out of Romano if you don't go with the bunt.
Yeah, if it was a more crucial at bat in like the 8th or 9th inning, then you might end up going for a bunt, as that one is lofted straight up in the air. Wilkin ranging over to his right and making the grab. Out number 2. Runners will have to stay where they are as Romano goes down to 0 for 1 after an F5.
Well, that's a tough one to pop up to third there on the first pitch. Not exactly what you were looking for, as he just got out in front and under it. But now here comes an all-star and a guy who gets on base a ton, so is somebody you would like up with the bases loaded, even if there's 2 outs. We'll see if Elliott can come through.
Elliott, except for Nick Romano, who has a .563 on base percentage, Elliott is leading the team by quite a big margin with a .417 on base percentage.
Yeah, I do consider him the team leader, even with Romano's average, because like we said, Romano has only appeared in 4 games to this point. So.
Yeah, you can't really start adding in his on base percentage until he's played at least 5.
I'd say 10 would be the minimum.
Think
for
10?
me. Just about. Well, we'll see. It's a short season, but he's been impressive. Today, this is game number 5 for Romano, but Elliott's now in game number 15, so I don't know if when they qualify here in the Cape for stats-wise, we'll have to check. But as of game 11, Elliott wasn't yet qualified for the league lead in batting average, so we'll have to see how many plate appearances it takes.
2-0 misses inside. 3 balls and no strikes now. The count to Elliott. Now,
Red light.
You think so?
Red light.
I was
all the
about
way.
to ask you.
No need to swing here.
Yeah.
You have the tying run on. You're in a 3-0 count. I would just take and see. And on 3-1, I think you're still going to be incredibly selective unless it's in a spot you're looking.
The 3-0. Called strike on the inside corner. Strike 1 now the count. Or 3-1 now the count, as Elliott ended up jumping out of the box a little bit to avoid that pitch, but it ended up finding the black part of the plate on the inside, as that brings count to 3-1.
Still a good hitter's count. He probably comes back with another fastball here.
Pitch from Keithley. Misses. Ball 4. Walk in a run. And Austin, here's something that I don't think we've seen this season so far. The game is tied at 1 run apiece, and we still have yet to record a hit in this game.
Yeah, both teams with no hits. That's you don't see that every day, you know.
No.
Especially with the bases loaded for one team right now. There's been a lot of walks on the part of Keithley. He's now walked 4 batters and hit 1, so a little bit of control issues out of the gate. Maybe we see some action in the Harwich bullpen soon.
Both teams with 1 run, no hits, and no errors on their line, as that ball misses low to Dom Johnson, bringing his count to 1-0.
That's just baseball for you.
One of the many great things about America's pastime. Keithley comes set with the 1-0. Here's the pitch. That's fouled off. Straight back to the backstop, bringing the count even at 1.
Good swing by Johnson. Just got under it a bit as he lined it straight back, but seems to have it timed up pretty well.
Dom Johnson, the recent Kansas State transfer, sitting at 0 for 1 on his line. He went down swinging back in the first. The 1-1 misses high. 2 balls and 1 strike now the count.
Another pitch that missed the mark a little wildly there. Johnson can be still selective here, 2-1, as Keithley's really struggling to find the zone.
Umpires for tonight's game: Jim Fonseca at home plate, Dan Henry over at first, and Rick Emerson will be at third base, as Mr. Fonseca ends up calling time with 2-1 the count. Johnson lofts that one over towards foul territory down the first base line. That's going to be Phillips coming under it to make the grab for out number 3. Harborhawks tie the game on a few walks from Keithley as we head to the bottom of the second hitless here from White House Field on the Harborhawks Baseball Network.
Hi, my name is Marcos Pujos. I'm the first baseman for the Harborhawks. You're listening to the Harborhawks Baseball Network.
Bottom half of the second on the Harbor Hawks Baseball Network. Lincoln Revill alongside Austin DeCouta here from White House Field as the Mariners get their second set of plate appearances here tonight. Game is tied at 1 run apiece. No hits so far for either team as Jonas Scalaro brings home the first pitch of the inning to Dylan Phillips for ball 1. That one missing just a bit low on the breaking ball. Scalaro in for his second inning of work. Brings that one home. Swing and a miss there. Evening count at 1-1. Phillips was a little bit late on that fastball. 87 miles an hour on the gun.
Scalaro works very quick on the mound, too. He gets the ball and goes right back to get the signs.
Scalaro from the windup, holding his glove above his face. Meanwhile, he has his hand down by his side. Here's the 1-1. Missing outside for ball 2. 2 balls and 1 strike now the count with nobody out, nobody on.
And he can throw his slider for a strike, too, that breaking ball. One of the things that makes him so unique is even in a count where it's 2-1, he will throw the slider still.
Brings the fastball, missing up and in, 87 miles an hour. Brings the count now to 3-1.
3-1, you might go back to the fastball again, but like I mentioned, he just can locate that slider so often that you're never surprised when he throws it in any count.
Saw the slider and breaking balls aplenty in Scalaro's last appearance against Falmouth as he ends up walking Phillips to start this inning off on a 3-1 count. And that's going to bring Jordan Beck up.
Leadoff walks are always tough, but Scalaro does a good job of limiting multiple free bases during a game, so see if they can turn 2 here. You have a new infield up the middle with Romano and Taylor. Taylor's first start at second base, so it could be a little bit of a tougher turn as these two learn to play together.
Yeah, Luke Mann will be over at third. Ryan Romano over at short. Trent Taylor at second and Nick Romano at first. Meanwhile, Mitch Hardigan out in left, Clark Elliott in center, and Dom Johnson will be out in right.
And another solid outfield lineup for the Harbor Hawks, a trio that can cover a ton of ground.
Count at 1-0. Scalaro comes home. Breaking ball, finds the zone, as you mentioned. Austin, Scalaro doing a good job of just being able to throw that breaking ball in for a strike.
Yeah, he throws it in a lot of different counts. You saw it there, 1-0. Might be his best pitch.
That's what I think makes his numbers so well so far through this season is that batters, like you said, he can throw it at any count, and you really don't know when he's going to throw that breaking ball. You never know what pitch is coming and when.
I believe he has a 3-pitch mix with a fastball, slider, changeup. I know he throws that changeup a lot better. He mentioned it how this is the first year he's had a lot of success throwing that changeup consistently.
Scalaro now coming in from the stretch, the 1-2 count. Phillips over at first as Scalaro comes home, misses up high for ball 2. Count evens out at 2-2. Beck will be out in center field for the Mariners tonight. Batting .246 on the season so far. Come home 6 times. He has 7 RBI. Also has a dinger on the season as well. Scalaro with a quick look at first before coming home. That one lined on the first base line and foul. We're going to stay at 2-2. A hard hit ball there from Beck, but it landed just a bit too far to the right.
Some loud contact, and he was just behind the fastball at 87. Scalaro, like we mentioned, doesn't throw in the mid-90s like a lot of the guys in this league, but it's his location and movement on his fastball which makes him so dominant on the mound.
Scalaro proving once again that speed is not everything at the college level as he brings home the breaking ball. That misses down low for a 3-2 count.
And Coach Korn, the pitching coach for the Harbor Hawks, said something similar. He said, I don't care how fast you pitch. It's just can you pitch? And that's what he can work with. He doesn't care if you throw 100 or if you throw 88, but if you can pitch, it's something that they can teach. You can work around, not having that velocity. You can locate and you can put some movement on pitches. You're just as dominant.
Count now full. Scalaro with a quick pickoff move over to first. Easy throw, not trying to get Phillips just yet, just trying to keep him at bay as the count remains at 3-2 with the pitch coming up. Like you said, Austin, it's not about how fast you throw, it's how you throw strikes, and we've seen the other end of the spectrum where you get a guy that can throw 98, 99 miles an hour, but if he can't locate his pitches anywhere, if he has no control, he's not going to go anywhere in his career.
Yeah, the control is everything. You know, there's guys like Greg Maddux, Tom Glavine, who threw, you know, up to 90, but located their balls on dimes. They could put it anywhere in the zone, and Maddux in particular was just so dominant with his fastball only being about 88, but if you can just put a little movement on it, put a little spin, and locate it, you can just be as good as the guys who throw 100.
3-2, misses low, ball 4. Back-to-back walks for Scalaro as that brings runners to first and second now. Phillips advancing over to second, and Beck reaching on a full count walk. So the runners on first and second, nobody out. Brendan Tinsman will step up to the plate from Wake Forest. Tinsman is going to be behind the plate for the Mariners out in the field. Infield fly rule comes into effect with nobody out, as Nick Romano also towing the grass now. Hefty swing and a miss there from Tinsman brings the count to 0-1.
He started a lot of batters off with the slider tonight, but comes in there with a fastball, and clearly Tinsman was sitting off speed as he was a little bit behind that fastball.
Fans lining the outside wall as Scalaro comes set, takes a quick glance over at second before coming home. Brings that slider and finds it for strike 2. Pitch at 78 miles an hour on the gun from Scalaro. Bent at the waist, leaning towards home plate. Has a sign from Pendleton. He comes set. The 0-2. High fastball, check swing. No, he did not go. First base umpire quickly putting up the safe sign, as that brings the count now to 1-2.
Yeah, that pitch just not enticing enough to swing on. That was at the chin. If you can lower that to about the top button on the jersey, you can get some swings on the high fastball.
Count now at 1-2. Here's the pitch. Slider, he got him. A beautiful, beautiful breaking ball, and that is strikeout number 4 on the night for Scalaro with 1 away.
That was just a phenomenal breaking ball. Starts it at the knees, and it has so much movement. It just dips down and into the dirt and gets Tinsman out in front of it. And that's a big out, number 1, because now the inning-ending double play comes into effect, and Scalaro can take a deep breath a little bit. He's got a lefty coming up to the plate, and we know how good he is against left-handed hitting.
All 3 bags are hot now. First, second, and third base. All good for the force. As Austin mentioned, the inning-ending double play is in order. Lots of ways to get that second out, possibly a third.
Between the
first pitch misses down in the dirt for ball 1.
Between the two teams, we've seen 8 guys reach base, and there are still 0 hits between the two teams.
Oh, good grief. That's I don't think I've ever seen this before. That many base runners without a single hit so far.
I can't say I've seen that. Lots of walks, hit by pitch mixed in, and a little bit of an interesting start to this one.
1-0. Ball finds the zone. Count evens out at 1 ball and 1 strike now. 1 away, lots of ones across the board. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Score at 1 apiece. This is Max Codier, currently at the plate. He's at second base in the left-handed box. Both runners go. Throw down to third from Pendleton is not in time. It was in time. Tag from Luke Mann could be made as that ball ended up escaping his glove. So now both runners will advance. The double play now, it's possible, but it's not probable, as the count moves now to 1-2.
Well, it was a terrific breaking ball there by Scalaro, but it makes it so much tougher for Pendleton to make that throw, and he did. It was a decent throw by him, but unfortunately just couldn't be dug out at third. See if he goes back to it here and secure that second out. It'd be huge to keep those guys at bay at second and third.
And I think if that throw would have been on the money, as that one lined down the third base line, that's going to drop fair. 2 runs are going to come in, as that's going to be Codier coming into second with a 2 RBI double. And the Mariners now retake the lead at 3-1 here in the bottom of the second.
Yeah, it's the walks that come back to haunt you. Both runners that came around to score were guys who get on base due to the walk, and Codier comes through and just does his job, takes it the other way, and Now Harwich has the lead, the first hit of the ball game, but they now have 3 runs.
Codier now goes to 1 for 1. So that brings Zach Preisner to the plate. Preisner at shortstop. We saw Preisner the last time the Mariners were in town, back at McKeon Park. That one, quite a game, as the Harborhawks ended up coming back from an 8-0 deficit and ended up taking a tough 15-12 loss. Probably one of the highest scoring games in the Cape League this season.
Yeah, I mean, that shows you how resilient this ball club is. They were down to Wareham the other night 2-0. They ended up winning that game in the bottom of the 9th, 5-4. To make that game against Harwich a 3-run game was impressive, and see if they can battle back tonight.
Harborhawks came to within 1 run at one point, but were unable to complete the comeback, as the lead was never ours in that game. The 0-1 comes in. That one chopped down towards the Mariners dugout, barehanded by a player. What a grab out there, as that brings count to 0-2.
He's got Preisner out in front of that breaking ball. See if he goes to it again.
The shade now starting to sprinkle along the infield, as down the first base line. Shade reaching almost to first base, along with about even at the mound as well. Count at 0-2. Scalaro comes home. That one high for ball 1.
Most runs we've seen across against Scalaro in any outing this season.
Preisner comes in from Notre Dame, a member of the Fighting Irish. Batting 221 on the season, as he lofts that one just foul, heading into the crowd. The mob of kids has returned. The infamous Hunger Games look from White House Field. Kids racing each other. Seen some dog piles earlier on, battling for balls. The count remains at 1-2. One lofted and out of play as well, heading deep into the forest out behind our little setup here. So that brings the count back to 1-2. Still just 1 away, runner on second. That's Codier after that 2 RBI double.
Preisner spoiling some great pitches from Scalaro. See where he goes back here.
Scalaro with a look over at second before coming home. That one misses. Sliding catch from Pendleton out there, just keeping that one from getting behind him. Count goes to 2 balls and 2 strikes with 1 away. It's gonna, if you're just now joining us, Lincoln Revill alongside Austin DeCouta here for tonight's game. Time is called from Preisner, as takes a quick breath and then steps back into the box. Scalaro with the pause, he comes home. That one misses for ball 3. 3-2 the count, 1 away. Harborhawks need that second out here. Big pitch coming up from Scalaro.
He needs this out here. Can't afford to lose another one on the walk.
Here's the payoff. Called strike 3 at the knees. Preisner thought that went low, and Pendleton thought that was strike 3 as he tossed the ball to the mound. Quick thinking from...
Yeah, he thought that was strike 3, but he thought that was out number 3.
Now batting, number 29, the right fielder from UNC Greensboro, Press.
They ended up tossing that one to the mound, and quick thinking from Scalaro being able to pick that one up before Codier could advance to third. So now with 2 away, Press Kavanaugh steps back up to the plate. He reached base after striking out with a drop third strike. Up until this point was the lone run. As he swings at that first pitch and can't find it. 0-1 the count.
Starting to bounce back strong here after that double to bring home 2. See if you can finish this inning. Give your team a shot. It's still very early in this ball game. Hyannis definitely not out of it yet. Scalaro's been okay. Just the walks have come back to bite him here.
Kavanaugh from UNC Greensboro. He came into this game batting all threes. The 0-1 comes in. Chops that one down towards first. That's going to be gloved by Romano. He's going to toss that one over. Stepped on the bag is Scalaro. He can't make the grab as his foot stepped down just too late.
But Scalaro tagged him. The runner going to first, Scalaro got the flip and tagged him on his way to the bag. Romano wasn't going to get to the bag in time, so he flips it to Scalaro, and yes, he beat him to the bag, but it looked like Scalaro's glove tagged the runner Kavanaugh coming to first, and that's what Scalaro was trying to tell first base umpire Henry, and he wasn't agreeing.
What I will say is that in that instance, I'm sure Mr. Henry probably wasn't looking for the tag there. As the first base umpire, your eyes are on the bag and your ears are listening for the pop of the glove. So he probably wasn't looking for that tag there. Quick move from Scalaro, not in time. Kavanaugh now on first. That's Codier now at third. Runners on the corners with 2 away for Josh Hood, who's 0 for 1. Scalaro's first pitch to him. Finds the outside, strike 1.
Hood did not like that call. Long stare and shake of the head.
Seen that pitch on the outside called a few times tonight. Scalaro comes home with the 0-1. That one just missing on the outside, evening the count at 1. Hood from the University of Virginia. Digging in the right-handed box. Righty on lefty here is Scalaro. The southpaw comes home with the 1-1. He flies that one out towards right field. That's going to be Johnson coming over and making the grab. His hat comes flying off, but he makes the catch as that is out number 3. Mariners extend their lead now to 3-1 as we head to the third on the Harbor Hawks Baseball Network.
Hi, my name is Gary Calhoun. I'm the manager of the Hyannis Harbor Hawks, and you're listening to the Hyannis Harbor Hawks Radio Network.
The Harbor Hawks Baseball Network coming from White House Field for the top of the third inning. Before we get started, quick word from our sponsor, Curry College. Curry College is where you go to become anything you want. Curry prepares students. As this one grounded down the third base line, that's going to be Wilkin. Goes off of his glove and ends up not being able to make the grab, as that is Nick Romano getting down to first.
Now batting for the Harbor Hawks.
It's going to be numbered as an E5. And now we'll get back to that little quick word. Curry prepares students to engage in successful careers with learning beyond the classroom. Explore undergraduate programs, including new majors in sport and recreation management, graphic design, marketing, and computer science. All of that is online at www.curry.edu.
Good hard hit ball from Romano to start the inning.
went right to Wilkin over at third base, but he just couldn't come up with that grab as that went right off of the palm of his glove, it looked like. And it bounced off over towards short. Count at 1-0 now to Luke Mann.
That's what happens when you hit the ball hard and on the ground. Those are the toughest plays to make when they're sometimes hit right at somebody, but they're scorched.
Wilkin positioned at the rightly named hot corner. Throw over to first is not in time. Quick tag there from Phillips. Couldn't be made before Romano was able to reach his hand in there. Mann at 0 for 1. He had a fly out to second. In his last appearance is the 2-0. Misses it inside. 3 balls and no strikes to count. As I mentioned last time, Mann didn't play in last night's game against Cotuit. His last appearance was against Wareham. In that walk-off win, he was responsible for that walk-off. A single that ended up knocking in Ryan Romano for the winning run as the 3-0 pitch finds his own for strike one.
He's come alive the last 2 weeks. All 3 of those homers in the last 2 weeks, and a good bulk of the RBI as well.
Bo Keithley back on the rubber as he chunks that one home. That one fouled off, bringing the count to full 3-2.
Mann's such a patient hitter at the plate, too. He makes a ton of contact. The double play is in order, and Romano and Mann aren't the 2 fastest runners on the Harbor Hawks. But I can't say that Codier at second is in double play depth at all. He's really playing that hole.
Pitch misses up high. A full count walk to Luke Mann puts runners on first and second with nobody out, with Zane Harris coming up.
Good start for the Harbor Hawks here. Get your first 2 guys on, nobody out, and you bring up a hitter who's been seeing the ball really well lately in Zane Harris, and see if he can do something here.
Luke Mann, just another exhibit of just the amount of discipline that the Harbor Hawks have at the plate. That was a very likable pitch, just missing up high.
The high strike does not seem to be called too often tonight.
Now Zane Harris at the plate, the epitome of really the perfect player that you want when you think of plate discipline and really just having an eye for the zone.
He really knows what's a strike and what's a ball. He's very patient, has great discipline. You don't see him chase very often.
Harris did go down with a strikeout in his last appearance, but he went down on a 3-2 count as he lines that one down the third base line. That could drop, and it drops fair. That's going to be Romano rounding third. He's going to come home. Throw in will not be in time as Romano scores from second, and the Harbor Hawks come to within 1, now down 3-2 on an RBI double from Zane Harris.
Great piece of hitting by Zane Harris. He takes the ball the other way, doesn't try to do too much with it. And the field is so big here that there's not only the gaps in left center and right center, that to the line there's a lot of ground to put the ball. Great piece of hitting by Harris, and you now have the tying run 90 feet away, the go-ahead run in scoring position. Now all Hardigan has to do is really hit the ball hard somewhere. Probably to the right side, you might get Romano home. You can put the ball in the air, a sac fly, so a good spot here for the Harbor Hawks.
Josh Hood out and left got on his horse trying to get that fly ball, but like you said, just the everlasting grass out there in left field, couldn't get to it in time. Count now at 1-0 to Hardigan. Hardigan reached after being hit by a pitch in his last appearance. Keithley the sidewinder with the 1-0. Lofted and fouled. That heads out of play, evening the count at 1.
Struggling a little bit against left-handed hitters. He walked Clark Elliott twice, allowed Mann to reach on a walk, and then the RBI double by Harris. He hit Hardigan, a lefty, so a little bit of trouble with the left-handed hitters for the Harbor Hawks. As I don't know if Keithley's struggling to find the inside part of the plate on them or just his location in general, but it seems like these guys are having some success early.
Six free bases have been allowed so far from Keithley. 5 walks, and then he's also hit 1. That one was Hardigan in his last appearance. Count evens at 2-2. That pitch finds his own. There's action now in the Mariners bullpen. That is Dalton Smith getting warm out there as the count becomes full at 3-2.
We saw Smith last time the Harbor Hawks did battle with the Mariners at home at McKeon Park. Big pitch here coming for Keithley, and if you're Mitch Hardigan, don't have to chase. Just find something that you like here.
Hardigan sporting those Franklin-sponsored gloves as he lines that one out towards center field. That is going to be brought in by Beck, but that should be far enough to score a run as Luke Mann comes in from third. And we have a tie game once again. Harris stays at second, and the game is now at 3 apiece.
Great job by Hardigan on the sac fly. Put the ball in play, got it deep enough to score the run, and he hit that ball a missile. That was one of the hardest hit balls tonight. Right on that one, but it was right at somebody, but still does his job.
Yeah, if that would have been able to bend a little bit more towards the left center gap, that might have been double, maybe a triple with the long fence. Would have been a huge hit for him, and like Austin said, just hit him 100 miles an hour. It just happened to be right at the glove of Beck. It's going to prompt a little mound visit between Tinsman and Keithley. Once again, a runner on second. Game now tied at 3 runs apiece. The Harbor Hawks with 3 runs on 1 hit and no errors. Mariners on with 3 hits, 2 runs. Or, excuse me, 2 runs. No. 3 runs, 2 hits, and 1 error. There we go.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, man, I'm very sorry about that. Caleb Pendleton now at the plate. That's going to prompt a mound visit from Mariners coach as he's going to take a quick glance over to the bullpen, give a point, and that's going to prompt a pitching change. So we're going to be right back as Dalton Smith takes the mound after this on the Harbor Hawks Baseball Network. Back here for the remainder of the top half of the third inning now, actually. As Dalton Smith takes the mound. We've seen Smith before. He was third in a line of 4 pitchers that the Mariners ended up putting on the mound against the Harbor Hawks in the last showdown we had with Harwich, that 15-12 loss. Count at 1-0 with 1 away. Pitch comes in, lofted and fouled. That's Caleb Pendleton at the plate with a 1-1 count with 1 away. Runner on second, Zane Harris now at second base after that RBI double that he had a few moments ago. And Hardigan, just before the pitching change, went down with a sacrifice fly to center field. We are now tied at 3 runs apiece.
Great job by the Harbor Hawks offense to battle back and tie this game up early. Terrific effort.
2-1 now. Smith comes home. That one misses high. 3-1 now the count. Smith coming from Georgia Tech. left-hander coming in from the stretch. He comes set. The 3-1 misses high, ball 4. Pendleton reaches with 2 walks so far tonight as he's reached base twice. And with orders on first and second, 1 away, Trent Taylor steps back up to the plate.
Good chance here for Taylor to pick up his first hit. And a good spot to come through here with still just 1 away, Lincoln. It's been a long inning. The Harbor Hawks aren't complaining.
Taylor with a chance for his first hit and his first RBI as well. Harris, the biggest Harbor Hawks player at 6'5", 260 pounds, but he has some surprising speed on the base path. As that ball misses outside. 1-0 count now comes to Taylor. Taylor reached in his last appearance on a walk. One of the walks in the second inning. 1 of 3 in a row. 3 free bases in a row. That was led on by Keithley. As that pitch comes in, that finds his own. 4-strike-1. One's across the board now. 1 ball, 1 strike, and 1 out. The shade here from White House Field almost covering the infield now as the tip top of the shade is just past the edge of the infield. 1 ball, 2 strikes, now the count to Taylor. Pitch comes in, swing and a miss. Taylor goes down swinging for the first time tonight. He's 0 for 1 on his line. And with 2 away, Ryan Romano steps up to the plate.
Just a good pitch there by Smith. He settles in after allowing the walk to Pendleton in his first batter that he faces. Now he's going to try to bear down here and get Romano to leave 2 Harbor Hawks stranded. If you're Ryan Romano, maybe look for a fastball to jump on early.
Smith ready to face Romano. He watches that first one go low for ball 1.
Good patience by Romano, not chasing that pitch in the dirt.
Romano had that fly out to third back in the second. The bases loaded to look to send a fastball deep into outfield. Instead, he popped it straight up, got way underneath that pitch. So he watches that one go high for ball 2. There's some action in the Harbor Hawks bullpen now. I can't see who that is, but I heard the pop of a glove out there. Count now at 2-1 after Romano fouls that one off. Ryan Romano and Nick Romano. Nick in the 3-hole, as we know. Twin brothers. Ryan older than Nick by only about 10 minutes, I was told. So he lines that one down the third base line, foul. 2-2 the count with 2 away now. Austin, it didn't work last time, so I'm going to skip the good luck hat this time.
All right.
See what happens. I've been iffy on whether to use it or not.
Romano was ahead of that pitch here. See if he can sit back a bit.
Our reporter Taylor Farmer now shaking the hat in place for me. See if she has the magic touch. As a swing and a miss comes across. For out number 3, Romano goes down to 0 for 2. And that's going to end the top half of the third as the Harbor Hawks tie the game. But before we head to the bottom half of the third inning, we're going to toss it on down to our sideline reporter, Taylor Farmer. Taylor, what's the tea, sis?
Thank you, Lincoln. As we head to the bottom of the third, Jonas Scalaro will take the mound to face the 3-hitter for Harwich, Brock Wilkin, the third baseman from Wake Forest, who was just named one of the hottest hitters in the Cape League. He had a solid freshman year for the Demon Deacons, setting the freshman record for home runs with 17 and earning freshman All-American honors. So far on the Cape, as of 4 days ago, he's in the middle of the pack with 4 home runs, but his 20 RBIs are tied atop of the leaderboard with Diodati. He's one of the better strikeout to walk ratios in the league, walking 12 times, but striking out 24 in his 87 at-bats. I guess we could say striking out 25 in his 88 at-bats, as Scalaro was able to strike him out in the first inning.
Thank you very, very much, Taylor. Wonderful job as always, and we'll be right back for the bottom half of the third inning on the Harbor Hawks Baseball Network.
Hi, my name is Gary Calhoun. I'm the manager of the Hyannis Harbor Hawks, and you're listening to the Hyannis Harbor Hawks Radio Network.
A new pitcher on the mound for the Harbor Hawks as Evan Webster steps up to start us off here in the bottom half of the third inning. His first pitch goes up high for ball one to Brock Wilkin, who is 0 for 1 with a strikeout. And tonight's outing from Jonas Scalaro, the shortest outing we've seen from him in a long while.
Struggled with his command a bit tonight, but he's such a talented pitcher that I think he can bounce back in his next outing. He was still tough to hit. Just 2 hits came across him in the 2 innings he worked, but the walks were what were part of the issue for him tonight.
Count now even at 1-1. Webster comes home. That one misses inside for ball 2. Now we never did get to see the Korn effect take place, as Coach Korn never did make a mound visit. Two and one pitch now comes in. That one lined up the middle through for a base hit. That's going to be dropped just in front of Elliott as he picks that one up. A leadoff base hit coming in for Brock Wilkin, who's 1 for 2 on the night now.
Yeah, Taylor mentioned how good of a season Brock Wilkin's having, and leads it off with a hard hit ball. And he timed that ball perfectly back up the middle and shows why he's one of the best hitters in the Cape Cod Baseball League.
Webster on the mound from the University of Louisville, originally from Union, Kentucky. Throwing a .485 ERA on the season so far through 7 outings. This is his 8th of the season. In 13 innings pitched, he's allowed 12 hits, 9 runs, 7 of which were earned. He's walked 4 and struck out 14.
He's coming off of 2 scoreless innings against Wareham on Wednesday. A good outing for Webster.
Count at 0-1 now to Carter Putz. Putz went down on a drop third strike in his last appearance as he fouls that one off. 0-2 the count.
Good breaking ball there at 82. Let's see where Webster goes here now. Good chance to punch out the cleanup hitter.
We saw Putz the last time the Mariners were in town. He ended his night then 1 for 6 with a single, a flyout, 3 groundouts, and a strikeout. Count now 0-2. Runner on first once again with Wilkin now with a lead. Nick Romano holding him on over at first. The 0-2. Flown and fouled. That's going to head out of play just past the crowd. A couple of kids sprinting beside each other trying to grab that little souvenir.
Think you're quicker than them?
I don't know. I might be. I'm not as fast as I used to be, but, you know, I could probably make a push for it.
I think I'd run faster than all of them.
Might have to do some pushing and shoving out there to get through there, but I could probably run faster. Strike 3 called on the inside as Carter Putz goes down looking, his second time going down with a strikeout tonight. And that is strikeout number 1 for Evan Webster.
Yeah, the Mariners dugout not liking that call, but the low strike seems to be the one that's in play tonight here. We're not seeing much on the upper part of the zone, Lincoln. We've seen a couple pitches come across at the letters that have been called balls, but it seems like anything just below the knee is going to be in the zone.
Now with 1 away, Dylan Phillips is going to step up to the plate. Webster brings home his first pitch to Phillips. That finds the zone. Outside part of the plate brings the count to 0-1. Phillips reached on a walk in the second to start us off in that second inning. He was 1 of 2 runs that came across the plate in that second inning of play. Strike 2 called as that one finds the zone. Beautiful pitch at 77 miles an hour. A little bit of a breaking ball there from Webster. As he comes set. Another left-hander for the Harbor Hawks. Deep breath, looks over at first and comes home. That one lined up the middle. That's going to get down for a base hit just in front of Elliott once again. Runners now on first and second as Wilkin extends over to second base.
Couple of hard hit balls there against Webster. Seems like they're really timing him up here, but nonetheless, a double play could be in order to end the inning.
So now 1 away, runners on first and second. Like Austin mentioned, double plays in order, infield fly rule in effect. Lots of different ways for putouts as all 3 bases are hot.
We'll see if he can mix in that changeup a bit more here. Seems like the fastball is near the middle of the zone. They're really hitting well off the middle. A couple of singles in the inning.
First pitch, a breaking ball coming into Jordan Beck is a called strike. Count goes to 0-1 with 1 away. Webster, 6'4", tall left-hander. He comes home. That one missing just a bit outside. 1 ball and 1 strike with 1 away now. Webster from the stretch. He's bent over at the waist towards home plate. Comes set, back leg bent a little bit as he brings the pitch home. Swing and a miss there. 1 ball and 2 strikes becomes the count. Still a good crowd here. The bleachers on both sides just about filled up. Fans also scattered along a hill down the third base side, just past the Mariners dugout and before the bullpen. Webster with the 1-2. Chopped and fouled. Will stay at 1 ball and 2 strikes now. Webster coming in relief of Jonas Scalaro, whose night is done. Scalaro ending his night with 2 innings. Gave up 2 hits, 3 runs. He walked 2 and struck out 4. Count now 1 ball and 2 strikes to Beck. Beck out in center field for the Mariners tonight. The 1-2. Chop, that's swung on and flown foul. Straight back behind the press box. Will stay at 1-2.
They're timing up the fastball at about 88. Webster with the same velocity, just about the same as Scalaro. Both of them around 88 miles per hour on their fastball, so it seems like the Mariners lineup now the second time through are seeing that pitch pretty well.
Count now 1 ball and 2 strikes as the smell of grilling burgers fills the air here at White House Field. The pitch missing a bit low, 2-2 now the count.
It's not a bad pitch to throw on 1 ball, 2 strikes. You can get some guys fishing at that one, but it seems like Beck had no interest in the low breaking ball. Still a good spot for Webster to throw a competitive pitch and try to get Beck chasing.
White House Field, the site of tonight's game, a beautiful ballpark to say the least. Finally cut grass, smooth grass all throughout. Little design in the grass as well as that one's fouled off. 2-2 remains the count. The dirt at home plate and the design of a home plate. A short fence all the way around. It's about, I'd say 5, maybe 6 feet, if that.
Yeah, just about, looks like about 5 feet.
Yellow border along the top all the way around. That one lined out into right field. That's going to be Johnson ranging over and making the grab for out number 2. Wilkins going to advance from second to third. Phillips is going to stay at first. That brings runners to the corners now with 2 away for Brendan Tinsman.
Good job there by Webster to induce some contact, but getting under it a bit was Beck, so now Johnson makes a good play. He's got great range out there in right field, and he's seen a couple of balls come his way tonight.
Beck registering his first at bat, now 0 for 1 with an F9 for those of y'all keeping score at home. 2 away runners on the corners now. Tinsman 0 for 1 with a strikeout on his line. Strikeout was one of the 4 for Scalaro as that one misses up high for ball 1. It's going to, if you're just now joining us, Lincoln Revill alongside my partner Austin DeCouta here. We have a tie game at 3 runs apiece. 1 hit for the Harbor Hawks, 4 for the Mariners, and no errors for the Harbor Hawks, and 1 error on the line of the Mariners here tonight.
A little bit of a slower paced ball game, Lincoln. We're just about at 7 o'clock, an hour and a half into this one, and we're still in the bottom of the third.
Ooh. We've had a couple of fast games in the past couple of nights, but this one definitely not one of those, as that one misses down low. 3-0 now the count. This was one of the games a couple of nights ago. I think it might have been our walk-off win against the Gatemen, where heading into the 8th inning, we were only at about 2.5 hours, and we thought we were going to get done in a hurry. That one ended up taking a little while, as the bottom of the 8th ended up, or the top of the 9th, that is, ended up resulting in a couple of runs for the Gatemen. We ended up having to break the tie there in the bottom of the 9th.
Cooper McKeon was good to start that 9th inning as he went for the save, struck out back-to-back batters, and then, unfortunately, the Gatemen put together a nice 2-out rally.
Yeah, borderline strike call. It could have gone either way. It ended up being called not in the Harbor Hawks' favor. That ended up leading to 2 runs for the Gatemen there, as that's ball 4 called to Tinsman. He's going to reach base with a walk now, as that loads the bases up with 2 away for Max Codier. Codier, big bat tonight, 1 for 1 with an RBI double. Brought home both runs in the 2nd inning, Phillips and Beck on that double.
Well, the good news for the Harbor Hawks here is there is a force out at any base with the bases loaded, so you can go the short way to end the inning.
Lots of chances for an out here. Just need 1 out. First pitch from Webster. Misses low, ball 1. Webster really loving that breaking ball tonight. 76 miles an hour on that one. We've seen it quite a bit so far. Comes set, straight front leg, bent back leg. Has Webster as he swings and fouls that one off.
Lots of balls thrown in this ball game. There's been 14 3-ball counts between the two teams. 5 when the Mariners are up, 9 when the Harbor Hawks are up. So lots of pitches being thrown in this ball game. The Mariners have walked 4 times.
Seen some lengthy at-bats so far tonight. As Austin mentioned, plenty of at-bats coming to at least 3 balls.
And the Harbor Hawks have walked 6 times.
The 1-1 finds the zone. Moans and groans coming from the Mariners dugout, as that brings it out to 1-2.
Well, I think at some point, you've seen a lot of walks in this game. We mentioned 10 between the teams. The zone's got to open up a bit.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. And it's
only the bottom of the 3rd inning, and there's 10 walks. I mean.
Yeah, this umpire was not giving any ground earlier in the game as this pitch comes in, swinging and fouled off. Keeps the count at 1-2. That one hitting off the backstop behind home plate. Mariners bat boy showing off his speed over there as he sprints, grabs the ball, and then sprints back to his spot behind the screen by the Mariners dugout.
He's quick.
He is very quick. I think he might be a little winded there. Here's the 1-2. That one misses. Breaking ball at 78. That one evens the count at 2-2, 2 away.
It's a good pitch to throw on 1-2. Try to get Codier to chase. We know what he can do if you throw one on the outside part of the plate that's in the zone, as he took a double to the left field line the other way. Got to be careful here with 2-2 and 2 away.
Codier sporting a black leg guard with a white strap. As Webster comes home with the 2-2. That one's flown down towards the 3rd base line. That's going to drop fair as well. 2 more runs are going to come in. Another 2 RBI hit. This one a single from Max Codier. And the Mariners now take the lead 5-3.
Well, he knows how to find that left field line. Taking the ball the other way again by Codier. Just a jam shot that finds the zone. And tough one there as the Mariners now retake the lead 5-3.
Runners now on the corners with Tinsman at 3rd. And that's Codier now at 1st with Zach Preisner coming up to the plate. Preisner went down looking in his first at-bat. That was out number 2 back in the 2nd inning. First pitch from Webster comes home. Finds the zone for strike 1. 0-1 now the count. The Harbor Hawks now trailing 5-3. And it seems every time we've tied the game so far, the Mariners seem to add on 2 runs. It's happened in the last 2 innings. Mariners started out with a 1-0 lead after the first. Hyannis tied it at 1 after the top of the second, where the Mariners scored 2 runs in the bottom of the second. Harbor Hawks once again added that and tied the game at 3 after the top of the third. And then the Mariners scored 2 more runs and now lead 5-3 in the bottom of the third.
Runs scored in 5 of the 6 half innings we've seen.
Runner goes from first on the back pick, throw over from Romano. The tag is not in time.
A little bit of confusion between Romano and Taylor, the shortstop second base combo, as to who's going to cover the bag there. As Taylor went away, Romano tried to dive in and make the tag, but it did look like the left hand of Codier got around the tag. So now you have runners on second and third.
Beck decided to stay at third for that play. So that brings 2 more runners in scoring position for Preisner. Now Preisner, the last time we saw the Mariners, had 2 hits, a single and a double, went 2 for 5 with those 2 hits and then 3 strikeouts on his line. So far he has 1 strikeout as he's 0 for 1. 2-1 now the count from Webster. He has a sign from Pendleton. He likes what he sees. 2 on, 2 out. Here's the 2-1. Just missing on the outside corner. 3 balls and 1 strike to count. Yet another 3-ball at bat as Webster looking to avoid walking Preisner and loading the bases once again. 3-1, a skied up and away as that heads out of play into the forest. A mob of kids tackling each other, going for the ball. My goodness, they're aggressive. Wouldn't want to be at the bottom of that one. Count goes full, 3-2.
Webster needs to find his best pitch here and fire it on 3-2. Can't afford to lose another one.
Preisner in the right-handed box. Webster the lefty. The payoff. Lined and fouled down the first base line. It's going to head well out of play. We're going to redo the payoff pitch here. Harbor Hawks looking to get out of this inning without another run coming across for the Mariners. RBI single here could score 2. Webster with the payoff once again. That one's fouled off once again into the forest. More kids coming across, even more than the last time. Kids of all shapes and sizes. As someone else goes away with another souvenir for tonight. The encore from Webster on its way. That one fouled off as well. Quite the battle brewing here between Webster and Preisner. Someone's going to get injured at some point with all these kids.
Well, they're all going to go
fighting
home
after each other.
All going to go home with their own souvenir after this at-bat's over. Hope they brought extra game balls tonight.
Count still at 3 balls and 2 strikes. The payoff. Misses low, ball 4. Webster with the low fastball trying to get Preisner to chase. Preisner was able to hold off and the bases are now loaded for Prez Kavanaugh.
Back to the top of the order, now batting for your Harwich Mariners, number 29.
Just a tough at-bat there. Webster couldn't find the zone in the end. He gave a couple of competitive pitches, but you got to tip your cap to Preisner, who just continued to battle and fight off the tough pitches.
Yeah, anything that Webster threw into the zone, anywhere in the zone, Preisner was able to foul those off. Really created a tough battle between the two. But now with the bases loaded, Kavanaugh at the plate. He's reached twice. He's scored once. dropped third strike in the first. He reached first and then ended up with a single in the second. Called strike to start that one off. 0-1 the count. Kavanaugh, the only Mariner so far with an at-bat in all 3 innings. That one misses outside for ball 1. Josh Hood, the only other Mariner with a chance to have an at-bat in all 3 innings.
Lots of base runners in this ball game, and with the bases loaded for Harwich, another chance to score some runs.
That one flown and fouled. Brings the count now to 1-2, 2 away.
See if he goes back to the breaking ball here on 1-2. He's thrown it a couple times in this at-bat. Once for a strike, once for a ball. We'll see if he can find the zone here or at least get Kavanaugh to swing.
Kavanaugh in his 19th game for the Mariners. This is his 66th at-bat. So he fouls that one off. Keeping the count at 1-2, 2 away. Kavanaugh with the Mariners stirrups, as do I think all the players have those stirrups for the Mariners.
They all match.
Red stirrups, 3 stripes, 2 navy on the top and bottom, separated by a red stripe in the middle. The 1-2 just misses. 2 balls and 2 strikes now the count. Tiebreaker coming up from Webster, looking to get out of this inning without any more damage. That one hit well out towards right field. That's Johnson ranging back towards the wall, and that's going to bounce off the wall. 3 runs are going to come in as Prez Kavanaugh with a 3 RBI double. And the Mariners extend their lead even further now, a 5-run 3rd inning, and they lead 8-3.
Well, just a great piece of hitting there by Kavanaugh, and he clears the bases on a ball that almost left the ballpark. Terrific hit there by Kavanaugh. The Mariners continuing to jump on the Harbor Hawks.
Do you have the Wi-Fi password? Matt, you have the Wi-Fi password?
That's going to prompt a mound visit here from Coach Calhoun. It's also going to bring on a pitching change. So we're going to be right back on the Harbor Hawks Baseball Network. Josh Hood coming up here for the bottom half of the third inning, as the Mariners have had quite an eventful inning. 5 runs have come across. They now lead 8-3 against the Harbor Hawks, and Josh Hood at the plate, the lone Mariner that has not seen an appearance in this inning as of yet. So that'll end today, as the Mariners have now gone through their lineup.
Sal Fusco now with a good chance to go a couple of innings. Lincoln still early in this ball game. We're still in the bottom of the third, and he's the third pitcher Hyannis has used.
Fusco coming in relief of Evan Webster. Webster finishing after 2/3 of an inning. The back pick throw from Pendleton gets past Taylor.
Good attempt, but unfortunately, no success trying to throw it down to second base and pick Kavanaugh off. We've seen Pendleton do that once this season, where he's picked a runner off second base.
It would have been a close play if he would have gotten it there in time, but fortunately that took Taylor off the bag and ended up tipping through his glove and going into center field. Kavanaugh thought about going to third, as that one hit over to short. Picked up by Romano, throw to first to his brother for out number 3. The Mariners stack on 5 runs, and they now lead 8-3, heading to the 4th on the Harbor Hawks Baseball Network.
Hi, my name is Caden Rose. I'm an infielder for the Harbor Hawks, and you're listening to the Harbor Hawk Network.
Clark Elliott set to start us off here in the top of the 4th inning. The Harbor Hawks with some ground to make up, as they currently trail 8-3 against the Mariners.
Well, they were down 3-1, Lincoln, but they tied that at 3-3, so we'll see if they can respond to that 5-run bottom of the third.
5-run inning is needed if they want to keep that streak going, as that ball misses low for ball 2.
Elliott's already walked twice. He's an on-base machine. See if he can do something here.
Dalton Smith back on the mound for the Mariners, as that next pitch misses high and in. 3-0 now the count. Now Elliott has reached base on 2 walks, as you mentioned. The first inning on 3-2 count, second inning on a 3-1 count. So we'll see what happens here. The 3-0 coming in. That misses up high. A 3-0 count. Walk now as Elliott reaches base for the 3rd time tonight with his 3rd walk of the night.
Now batting for the Harbor Hawks, number 6,
That was number 16. Ball 3 at bat there, is 16 at bats combined between both teams have gone to at least 3 balls.
Tough night between both teams in terms of finding the strike zone.
It's a very tough strike zone. That home plate umpire is giving 17 inches, and that is it. He's not calling anything outside the zone. First pitch to Dom Johnson, missing just outside for ball 1. 5 straight balls now thrown for Dalton Smith, looking for his first strike of the inning. Dom Johnson sitting at 0 for 2, a strikeout and a flyout to his line as he brings this pitch home. That finds his own 4-strike-1, evening the count at 1 apiece. Johnson, Romano, and Mann, the next 3 up. Johnson sporting the orange and blue Franklin gloves given to the team by Franklin. This one ripped up the middle through for base hit. Oohs and ahs coming from the crowd as Elliott will stop at second base. Runners on first and second now after that single from Johnson.
Great piece of hitting there by Dom Johnson, taking that one back up the middle, and the Harbor Hawks off to a good start here in the fourth with first two runners aboard. Lincoln a good chance for Hyannis to do some damage here.
Now Nick Romano at the plate, who's had a huge bat in his few games for the Harbor Hawks, getting his 5th game, batting .364 in his shortened season with a .563 on-base percentage. He's gotten on base over half the time. As that first pitch is a called strike from Smith, brings the count now to 0-1. Now Romano's twin brother Ryan made his debut for the Harbor Hawks here the last time we were at White House Field in that tough 4-2 loss to the Mariners. Excuse me, 5-2 loss that was. Harbor Hawks got out to an early 2-0 lead in that game. Mariners were able to score 1 run and cut the lead in half before a 4-run inning back in the 8th of that game. Count at 0-2. Pitch comes in, swing and a miss there. Romano goes down swinging. He's now 0 for 2 on his line with 1 away. That brings Luke Mann to the plate.
Good breaking ball by Smith, a pitch that starts in the zone and tails out of the zone. It's always impressive when left-handed pitchers can get a breaking ball down and into righties and get him to swing.
Smith, the left-hander, coming in from the stretch. Luke Mann at the plate. Elliott once again jumpy and giddy over at second base.
Could see a double steal here. They both have good speed, Elliott and Johnson. The two of them are a combined 10 of 11 on stolen bases now on the year.
Elliott on second. Perfect 5 bases stolen. Hasn't been caught yet.
6 for 6 now after his stolen base in the first inning.
6 for 6, yes. He's stolen third a couple of times. Has some aggressive speed. He's able to dig into the dirt with every step he takes. So that one's chopped, and that brings the count to 1-2 now. Luke Mann is 0 for 1 as well. Had a fly out to second in the first. He walked in the third, so he's reached once tonight. He also reached home later on in that inning as part of a 2-run inning for the Harbor Hawks, which tied the game at 3 in the top of the third. The pitch swung on and missed. Back-to-back strikeouts for Dalton Smith here. As they're now 2 away with Zane Harris stepping up to the plate.
Smith has found a good feel for his breaking ball, and he's locating it, getting the Harbor Hawks to chase, and after allowing the first 2 batters to reach, he's 1 out away from getting out of this inning unscathed.
Now Zane Harris had a double in his last appearance. He's 1 for 2 on his line. Had an RBI double back in that third inning as well. That double ended up bringing home Romano and Mann. No, it just brought home Romano actually, as Mitch Hardigan, who's actually on deck, brought home Mann later on.
1-1 the count to Harris at Lincoln. A good chance for him to go back to that breaking ball.
Smith likes what he sees from Tinsman. Looks over at second before coming home. Flown over towards the Mariners bullpen, and that's going to bounce over the fence. That brings the count now to 1-2.
Comes back with the breaking ball on 1-1 and gets Harris to fly it off, and would not be surprised if he doubles up on that pitch, but this time tries to take Harris further out of the zone.
Now we've seen that breaking ball, or we've seen pitches this season, breaking ball specifically, quadrupled up, as we've seen. I can't remember who it was against, but we saw one pitcher that threw 4 straight breaking balls. I don't think we'll see that tonight, but the 1-2 comes across. Another breaking ball, 78 miles an hour, evens the count, 2-2.
It's a good pitch. Harris has a good eye at the plate. Tough to get him to chase.
Austin, you want to try the hat this time?
Nope.
All right, I'll do it. Here we go. Hat's back, we'll see what happens here. 2-2, 2 away. Pitch comes in. That's flown and fouled. Down the third base side, people jumping out of the way to avoid that foul ball as that keeps the count at 2-2.
I just can't get on board with the hat shake.
I mean, it's fair. It's fair.
A little bit, I guess, inconsistent with its success on the good luck shake.
Well, yeah. That one misses low. On the 2-2, 3-2 now the count. You know, it's not the hat. It's not really more of a. It's not really more of a good luck charm as much as it is just like a. It's sort of like the step on the line thing. It's like a lesser known tradition for some teams. You know.
Interesting.
Payoff. Both runners go, and that one misses high. Pass ball. That's a ball 4. Johnson gets off a little bit too far off of second base as he had to scurry back. But that'll bring bases loaded now after that walk to Harris.
And that shows you how deep the backstop is here with Clark Elliott's speed and Dom Johnson's speed. They both thought about taking the extra base. They do get one. Good chance here for Mitch Hardigan.
Hardigan in his last appearance had that sacrifice RBI on that hard hit fly ball out to center field. Beck able to bring that one in. Didn't really have to step that much. He just stepped over a little bit to his right and made the catch.
Hardigan yet to register an at-bat on the night. Hit by pitch and a sac fly.
First pitch is a called strike. 0-1 the count to Hardigan. Florida Atlantic University, both Hardigan and Pendleton, who are back-to-back in the lineup tonight. Smith misses down low with that one. 1-1 now the count. Hardigan with the multicolored bat, a light handle with a light gray barrel. Watches that one go by. That finds the inside corner. 1-2 the count with 2 away now. Hardigan with a big at bat here. He could score 2 with a base hit. Harborhawks need 5 to tie the game.
Still very early, and it's an encouraging sign to see so many base runners for Hyannis.
Breaking ball, called strike 3 right in the heart of the zone. As that will end the top of the 4th. Harborhawks strand 3 as we head to the bottom half of the 4th on the Harborhawks Baseball Network. Back here at White House Field for the remainder of tonight's game between the Harborhawks and the Harwich Mariners. The Mariners with an 8-3 lead heading into the bottom half of the 4th inning. A long one here tonight. We're through 2 hours of play just about, and we've only gone through 3.5 innings. Very long at-bats, long innings, as 195 pitches have been thrown between these two teams. 98 for the Mariners and 97 for the Harbor Hawks. 98 now with the 1-0. 99 is ball 2. Now to Brock Wilkin, who is 1 for 2 with a single and a strikeout.
Yeah, just a tough time finding the zone all around tonight on both sides. Wilkin, one of the best hitters in the Cape, already has a single. You got to be careful to him.
We mentioned that more than 15 batters have reached at least 3 balls in their at-bats. I believe that number is now up to 17, if I'm correct in my statement. The 2-1 from Sal Fusco misses low for ball 3. Fusco back in after recording that last out back in the bottom of the 3rd. Count at 3-1 with nobody out. Fusco from the windup. The right-hander comes home, misses low, ball 4. Wilkins starting us off with a walk here.
Another walk and another base runner to lead off an inning. We've seen that plenty of times tonight. We'll see if Fusco can bounce back here. Double play in order. He's been an efficient pitcher since joining this team just about 2 weeks ago.
It is walk number 12 on the night for both teams. 13 free bases allowed as one person has been hit by a pitch, and that one was Mitch Hartigan back in the 2nd.
A lot of walks, Lincoln. You don't see that too often, that many walks this early in a ball game.
Not this early, definitely not. You might see that combined in one game, but definitely not this early. That one swung on, bringing the count even at 1. Carter putts now at the plate. He's 0 for 2. 2 strikeouts on his line, 1 swinging and 1 looking. Ball in the dirt, gets past Pendleton. The long throw, my goodness, he got him at second base. Oh, no, he didn't. Trent Taylor couldn't keep the ball in his glove. He put the tag on him, and his glove ended up coming out. That throw from Pendleton was in time, and it was so nonchalant. It was really impressive that he got it there. He ended up throwing it almost on a downward angle, and he lobbed it over to second in plenty of time for Taylor to put the tag on him, but Taylor just ended up dropping the ball out of his glove. So now Wilkin is going to get over to second safely, and then the Mariners have yet another runner in scoring position. So now a 2-1 count. Fusco comes home, swing and a miss there, evens the count at 2.
A good chance here for Fusco to come in the zone with a competitive pitch, try to get putt swinging.
2 balls and 2 strikes now, the count. The pitch. Breaking ball spiked in the dirt. Good stop there from Pendleton. Fusco with a lot of break on his breaking ball, a 12-6 curveball to say the least. That pitch started out around the letters, around the Mariners, across the chest to putts, and then it ended up in the dirt. Now the payoff, 3-2. Up high, ball 4.
A pair of walks to start this inning, and we'll see what Fusco can do here. Maybe induce a double play, try to induce some weak contact, but you have to start coming in the zone a little bit more.
So now with runners on first and second, nobody out still. Infield fly rule in effect. All bases are hot. Double play at any base would be very useful to the Harbor Hawks here. Dylan Phillips now at the plate, watches that one go for ball 1. Fusco with a quick look at second before coming home. Misses down low. 2 balls and no strikes now the count. Phillips has reached home twice. He's reached base twice. Walked in the second, singled in the third. Represents a quarter of the runs for the Mariners so far. That's going to prompt a Coach Korn mound visit.
Well, we'll see. This usually straightens out the pitchers. We'll see if this can do the same here for Fusco.
Yeah, we got to talk to Coach Korn before yesterday's game in Cotuit. He was saying that after seeing all these pitchers for, what has it been, about almost 6 weeks now, seeing all the players for about 6 weeks, he said that he can see even the slightest changes in their posture, their movements. You can see even the tiniest mechanics mishap and head on out there and fix it in a jiffy, so to speak. So that's going to prompt, it's going to finish up the mound visit. Pendleton's going to head back to his spot behind the dish, and Coach Korn going to make his way back to the dugout. As we're about ready to get back underway. 2-0 the count to Phillips. As that song on the scoreboard just said, it's 5 o'clock somewhere, but it's 7:35 here. Just over 2.5 innings played, and a very slow-moving game as that one ripped in between first and second through for a base hit. 1 run is going to come across. Actually, no, that's Wilkin. He's going to be kept up at third as that one was brought in a hurry from Johnson, and that'll bring the bases loaded now with nobody out still for Jordan Beck.
Yeah, just a good piece of hitting there by Phillips to load up the bases. Once again, still nobody out. So Harwich can really crack this ball game open even further here with the ball into the gap.
Now Beck hitless in tonight's game. He reached on a walk in the second, flew out in the third. So he's made contact but hasn't been able to find open grass. Bases are loaded. No one out. All 3 runners with their leads so far. That is Nick Romano over at first. He's getting about towing the grass line. First breaking ball to Beck. Swung on and missed in the dirt. He can't find it. 0-1.
Aggressive swing by Beck on a pitch a little bit low, but that just shows you how much movement is on that breaking ball. Can be very enticing to hitters.
Ryan Romano and Trent Taylor. Not necessarily in double play depth, as Romano is in double play depth, but Taylor is really in his usual spot near second base. Romano now in his usual spot over at first. That brings the 0-1. Ripped down the third base and through for a base hit. Past man, 2 runs are going to come in. The throw in coming from Hardigan won't reach home, and that's a 2-run single for Jordan Beck. Mariners now extend their lead to 10-3 here in the bottom of the 4th.
Yeah, it's a lot of the walks coming in to score again. Those 2 runners who came home on that single both reached base on the walk. Looks like I count 7 runs have come home after the guy has reached base on a walk.
Just showing just how influential a big number of walks can have on a game. Like we mentioned, now I believe that's 13 walks in between both teams. Putz was the 13th. Count now 1-0. Brendan Tinsman at the plate. He went down swinging in the second, reached on a walk in the third. Another run that came across for the Mariners after that walk. Flies that one out towards the tree line. That's going to head into the forest. Ooh, that one almost nailed a little kid there. The mob anticipating the foul ball, but that one almost nailed one of them. That one would have almost made her a shoo-in for the souvenir. As the 1-1 spiked in the dirt past Pendleton, couldn't find it as that ends up hitting off of his arm. He looks like that pitch was a little uncomfortable there, as that brings count now to 2-1.
Here. We'll see where Fusco goes. Good chance to come back in the zone, try to make some contact happen.
Pendleton back behind the plate. That one misses up high. That goes to the backstop. No bounces. That's a chain link fence, and that's going to prompt another run for the Mariners. as Phillips is going to come in from third.
Just some control issues there by Fusco as that one sailed on him a bit. Tough couple of innings here for Hyannis.
Count now at 3-1 to Tinsman. Tinsman, the catcher, he's wearing that black leg guard on his left leg, the front leg, as he is in the right box. 3-1 from Fusco, lined just over the fencing, and that was a dangerous play there for anybody in that crowd up on that hill. I think everybody's okay as
ball was scorched.
Little round of applause there. Somebody must have come up with that one. Count goes to 3-2 now after that hot shot. Fusco's payoff. Popped up, straight up, heading to the crowd. It's going to land on the asphalt just past it.
Some guy had a chance to catch it in his hat, but it broke right through it.
3 balls and 2 strikes now the count after an unlucky catch attempt there. Would have been fantastic if he would have had it. Payoff once again. Popped up. That's going to head into shallow left field. Romano's going to call everybody off and make the grab himself for out number 1. Throw down to third. Just not in time. A little bit closer than it should have been as Beck is able to come back to third base just in time.
It's good to get it out there for Fusco, and you come back, try to get in the groove here and retire Codier, who's been very elusive in this ballgame to retire, and an RBI machine.
After 2 walks and 2 singles to start off this 4th inning, Tinsman gives the first out of the bottom of the 4th, and that's going to bring Max Codier to the plate, who's 2 for 2. He's had an eventful night.
4 RBI, Lincoln. That's incredible.
Double and a single. Both of those were 2 RBI hits, as that one's going to be lined out into left field. Picked up by Hardigan. He'll chunk it home. The throw from Mann over to the plate is not in time, as Pendleton can't come up with that one. Scoring another run for the Mariners as they lead 12-3 now.
Sac fly from Codier, bringing in his 5th RBI of the ball game. He's just hit the ball to left field every time he's been up, Lincoln, too, and batting from the left side, taking it the other way. That's a good piece of hitting, driving in another one.
And Codier now responsible for almost half of the Mariners' runs. He's responsible for 5 of the 12. Now with 2 away, Fusco trying to finish off this inning here against Zach Preisner. That one misses up high for ball 1.
Well, the bases are clear now, so Fusco can reset, go back from the windup, and try to end this inning.
Preisner had a phenomenal at-bat in his last at-bat in the 3rd. As he chops that one, a high chopper over to second, picked up by Taylor, throw on the run, low throw is not in time. It brought Romano off the bag.
Yeah, his foot came off the bag there. I think he tried to regain his footing, a little bit of an awkward step there as it slipped off and then didn't regain it.
So the inning's going to keep going. Runner on first now for Prez Kavanaugh. Kavanaugh 2 for 3 on his line. He went down swinging on a drop third strike in the 1st, but he ended up reaching first after that. Had a single in the 2nd and a double in the 3rd. So he's reached base all 3 times. He's also gotten an at-bat in each of the last 4 innings now.
He's getting comfortable at the dish.
Both Kavanaugh and Hood have had an at-bat in every inning so far tonight. Hood has yet to have that at-bat in the 4th inning here. But he's on pace, I will say. He's on pace, I should say, to have that 4th at-bat in 4 innings.
As long as Kavanaugh can extend the inning here.
The 0-1. Lined and gloved down by Romano. He slips trying to get to first base, and that's not going to be in time.
That should be ruled a hit as he made a diving stop to knock it down, but By the time he got back in fair territory, the speed of Kavanaugh was just too quick for Romano to get to that bag.
Harwich Mariners, number 3, the left fielder.
Good stop from Romano over at first, though. If that one would have gotten through, that could have been a double for Kavanaugh. We've seen how fast he is. Just saw it now, actually. But now with the runners on first and second, after Kavanaugh now 3 for 4, it's going to bring up Josh Hood for his 4th at-bat in 4 innings. Hood getting some rosin before heading to the right-handed batter's box.
Two hours, 15 minutes so far into this ball game, Lincoln.
And we're not even through 4 innings of play yet. This will be, I'm going to call it now, that one lined out towards the left center gap. That's going to drop for extra bases. That's going to head to the fence. 2 runs are going to come in as Josh Hood standing at second base with a 2 RBI double. And the Mariners rack up 6 runs here in the 4th, 11 runs in the past 2 innings. They now lead 14-3 here in the bottom of the 4th.
Yeah, they just keep increasing their run total every inning. Does Harwich 1 in the first, 2 in the second, 5 in the third, now 6 here in the 4th. Great game for Harwich.
Going to prompt a mound visit from Coach Calhoun, and we're going to have another pitching change coming for the Harbor Hawks. So we're going to take a break here on the Harbor Hawks Baseball Network. The remainder of the bottom of the 4th inning coming up, as we do have a new pitcher on the mound for the Harbor Hawks, as Austin Brush is going to step up in relief of Sal Fusco here in the bottom of the 4th. Brush coming to us from Dayton, originally from St. Louis, Missouri. He's had 1 appearance for the Harbor Hawks so far, as that one misses up high for ball 1. 1-1 now the count. To Brock Wilkin. Wilkin started off this inning earlier on in the 4th. He ended up walking in that time.
They battered around.
They have now gone through the lineup and back around for the second time as the 1-1 bounces past Pendleton. That's going to allow Hood to reach third base safely. And he now stands 90 feet away from scoring the Mariners' 15th run in 4 innings of play.
Yeah, they're just getting on base, Lincoln, and they're capitalizing with runners in scoring position. We've seen a pair of 2 RBI hits from Codier, and we've seen a bases clearing double from Kavanaugh. So once they get guys aboard, they're picking them up.
Now, for those of you all that were watching our last game against the Mariners, in 9 innings of play that last game, the Mariners hacked on 15 runs, and they've done it in half the time here tonight.
The Harbor Hawks have a few more games ahead, Lincoln, before the next off day, and you have to worry about the number of available pitchers in this ball game now, with your 4th pitcher towing the rubber. So we'll see what the game plan is down the stretch. Not sure how many guys are ready to go. We only did see 2 pitchers, I believe, in yesterday's ball game, so that might save him a bit. It was just Adamiak who got the start, followed by Austin Wallace. So we'll see. They had the off day the day before. It'll be interesting to see what they have available here.
3-2, swing and a miss. Wilkin goes down as that will end the 4th. The Mariners tag on 6 runs, 11 runs combined in the 3rd and 4th innings as they lead 14-3, heading to the 5th on the Harbor Hawks Baseball Network.
I'm Hunter Furtado, number 5, left-hand pitcher from Wake Forest.
I'm Austin Wallace, number 18, left-handed pitcher from the University of Texas.
And you're listening to
the Harbor Hawks Baseball Network.
Caleb Pendleton starting us off here, the top of the 5th inning coming up. The Harbor Hawks have some ground to make up, down 14-3 here in the top of the 5th. Caleb Pendleton, Trent Taylor, and Ryan Romano, the next 3 up, 7, 8, 9 coming up for the Harbor Hawks. As the count to Pendleton now moves to 0-2. Pendleton reached on back-to-back 3-1 walks. So he's been walked twice tonight as he faces a 1-2 count now after that one misses low.
A little bit of an uphill battle for Hyannis, Lincoln, but they have sent plenty of guys getting on base. So I mean, they've come back from down 8 before, so see what they can put together here.
Uphill battles, something that the Harbor Hawks are definitely not unfamiliar to. Had a lot of late inning rallies that could have sparked comebacks, but we've had a few that did spark comebacks, but we've had some late inning rallies after digging ourselves a little bit of a hole early on.
Smith losing the zone a bit. He was ahead 0-2, now 3-2.
And that one, a roper down the third base line. That's heading towards the fence, and that's going to drop for a fair ball. That's going to be Pendleton rounding first. He's going to head to second with a stand-up double to start us off here.
That's a good way to start off the top of the 5th inning there by Pendleton. He picks up another extra base hit. It's been pretty solid this season for the Harbor Hawks all around, and gets out in front of that pitch, and good piece of hitting to start things off, and don't count the Harbor Hawks out just yet.
We were down 8 runs after the first inning the last time we played the Mariners and ended up making a comeback. It's starting to get a little chilly here from Harwich now as the temperature has dropped now to 73. No wind out of the south-southwest at 2 miles an hour, so the flag is still. Trees are still. You could almost paint a picture.
Fans aren't. Some of them heading for the exits.
And people have started to file in and out here as Still a lot of game left to go. We're not even halfway through.
I think it's just the fact that it's been about 2.5 hours.
2.5 hours.
So I think a lot of people, their attention span. I mean, I don't know if I would stay too long. It's a good baseball game. You're seeing lots of runs. It's just a long game.
Yeah,
you get 9 innings in, and 9 innings worth of baseball in a typical game in about 2.5 hours down here in the Cape. 2.5 to 3, and we're through 4, and you're at the same time.
Yeah, just about 6 minutes, 7 minutes actually, from the 2.5 hour mark. At this point, we'll get done with this game at just before 5 hours.
Oh.
That one lofted into right. That's going to be Kavanaugh coming underneath it to make the grab. Pendleton's going to reach and stay at second base.
Good decision by Pendleton not to tag. A good arm in right field rather by Kavanaugh.
F9 to Trent Taylor makes him 0 for 2 on his line now as Ryan Romano steps up. He's 0 for 2 as well. Romano with a fly out in the second, strikeout in the third, looking for his first hit of the night. That hit could be an RBI. We've seen some speed from Pendleton this season. Dalton Smith back on the mound. He comes set. Here's the pitch. That one fouled off. Straight back to the press box. Brings the count to 0-1 with 1 away. Clark Elliott on deck, hustling to get that foul ball. Good hustle there on Elliott's part as he lofts that one over to the Mariners dugout. He's back getting his warm-up swings as the 0-1 comes in. Popped up, and that's going to head out of play. More crowds mobbing to that ball. The fans have filed out, but the kids have not. Still just as many looking for a souvenir for tonight's game as the count goes to 0-2. Smith comes set. His pitch grounded over to short, picked up by Preisner. Preisner with a long throw over to first. That one's in time for out number 2. The 6-3 put out gets Romano to 0 for 3.
Good play by Preisner at short there to wait on that one and make a strong throw across the diamond.
Clark Elliott is now going to step to the plate, who's walked 3 times.
That OBP just continues to raise. Hasn't even registered an at-bat yet. It's the 4th time he's come up to the plate.
Elliott started this game as the most consistent base finder for the Harbor Hawks, and he's just continuing that streak as he's reached base all 3 times tonight. First time with a 3-2 count, 3-1, then 3-0, so you can't really get much more of a, I'm not sure what you would call that, a faster at-bat, the 3-0 count.
4-pitch walk is definitely a quick way to reach base.
Here's the 0-1. On misses outside, 1-1 the count with 2 away now. After Pendleton had that double to start us off here in the 5th, the next 2 hitters have both gone down on a fly out and a ground out. Elliott looking to get Pendleton off base. Hopefully inch Hyannis closer to that now 11-run deficit. The 2-2. Lined and through for a base hit past third base. Pendleton's going to be waved around third. He's on his way home. The throw coming in from left to the plate is not in time. Pendleton scores from second as Elliott in with an RBI single, and the Harbor Hawks are within 10.
Nice piece of hitting by Elliott, taking that one the other way, bringing a run home. He continues to hit the ball all over the ballpark this season.
Elliott's also now helping his batting average as he started with the 327 tonight. After that first registered at bat was a hit. It'll go up a little bit more as Dom Johnson now steps up. He had a single in his last at bat as well. He's 1 for 3 on his line with a strikeout, fly out, and that single. A long foul ball as he got every piece of that one. That could have done some damage. As that brings count to 0-1.
Elliott's batting average sitting at .340 on the year now after that single. He's got 2 RBI in the ball game now.
Johnson's going to line that one down the first base line. Drops for a fair ball. Elliott's going to be rounding third. He's going to be on his way home. He's coming in. The throw coming in from right will not come in, as that is an RBI triple for Dom Johnson. And the Harbor Hawks are now within single digits.
We said it, don't count out Hyannis just yet. Their bats have been alive in this ball game, so see if they can continue to string something together. You have another run at third, 90 feet away.
Johnson now on third. He has a single and a triple on his line, and Romano's going to step up to the plate, who's reached base once. Nick Romano reached base on an error in the third. Ended up reaching home after that error as well. Other than that, he's 0 for 2 with a ground out and a strikeout. Sun now completely down over the horizon. As that ball gets away, that's going to bring Johnson home, and that's going to score another run for the Harbor Hawks.
There we go.
3 runs in the inning for the Harbor Hawks. As score is now 14-6 in favor of the Mariners.
Now if you're Smith on the mound, the bases are now empty. You can reset yourself a bit, come back in the strike zone, and try to get out of this inning. You're pitching with a big lead still, so you can afford to come in the zone.
Smith with the 1-0. That one's fouled and heads towards the woods. He has a count to 1-1. All those kids that are still here getting themselves a good workout running after all of those souvenirs. Lots of foul balls in the game tonight so far. Here's the 1-1. Grounded over to short. Preisner's going to scoop that one up. Throw to first on the dig. Can't get up. That's over the glove of Phillips. Romano's going to reach first on the E6.
Second time he's reached base tonight on an error, showing good things happen when you put the ball in play.
Both those errors coming from the left side of the infield. Once from third, once from short. As Luke Mann is going to step up to the plate. He's 0 for 2 as well. With a fly out and a strikeout, he's also reached on a walk. Ended up coming home on an RBI sacrifice from Mitch Hardigan. That sacrifice fly back in the third inning of play. There's action now in the Mariners bullpen as the pitch comes in. He ropes that one into right field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Romano's going to stop at second. That brings runners now to first and second base with 2 away for Zane Harris.
Terrific piece of hitting by Luke Mann to jump on top of that pitch up in the zone and pull it to right field. Now the Harbor Hawks with a little rally of their own.
Now batting for the Harbor Hawks, number 33, the DH.
Brandon Walker getting warm out in the Mariners bullpen. As Zane Harris steps up to the plate, that's going to prompt a mound visit for the Mariners. Tinsman joining the coach along with Smith.
Taking a look at some of the standings around the Cape Cod League in the Eastern Division. The Brewster Whitecaps are in first place at 16-8-2. Harwich in second place, currently due for a playoff spot at 14-8-4. And in the Western Division, Bourne leads the way with a 23-3 record, best in the Cape. Cotuit in second, 12-14 with 0 ties. So the leaders currently and looking for the playoff spots, Brewster, Harwich, Bourne, and Cotuit.
Bourne with a chance to clinch a playoff spot tonight. If they can win or tie in their game tonight, they'll clinch a playoff spot. Or if Wareham loses or ties, they also clinch. Pitch from Harris. That one spiked in the dirt. Brings the count now to 1-0. Harris has a double earlier on in the game. He is 1 for 2 on his line overall. A strikeout, double, and he reached on a walk in his last appearance. That one finds the zone from Smith, bringing the count now to 1-1. No pitching change as of yet, as Walker still getting warmed up out there. Harris from Wright State at designated hitter as that one finds the zone. 1-2 now the count.
A couple of good pitches there by Smith, and that last fastball at the knees at 87. See if he goes back to the breaking ball, which we've seen a couple of times in this outing.
After that double from Pendleton, the Mariners were able to get 2 straight outs as the 1-2 comes in. That one misses low for ball 2. Now, after those two outs, the next 4 hitters all reach base safely. Elliott and Johnson with base hits, a single and a triple. Romano reached on an error, and then Luke Mann, who we just saw, roped a single into right, that is. 2-2 swing and a miss from Harris as that ends the top of the 5th inning. Hyannis puts together a bit of a 2-out rally as they trail by 8. 14-6 the score as we head to the bottom of the 5th on the Harbor Hawks Baseball Network.
Hi, my name is Caden Rose. I'm an infielder for the Harbor Hawks, and you're listening to the Harbor Hawk Network.
Carter Putz is going to start us off here for the bottom half of the 5th inning. Again, Lincoln Revill alongside Austin DeCouta here for the remainder of tonight's game. Just past 2.5 hours of play, and we're just halfway through tonight's game. We're on pace for a 5-hour showdown between the Harbor Hawks and the Mariners here tonight. Hopefully it won't come to that. Maybe the rest of the game will start speeding up as the pitch from Brush comes in. That's a high fly out to right field on the 0-1 count. That's going to be Johnson coming in to pick that one up for out number 1 as Putz goes down for out number 1 here in the 5th. And a good job, good contact there from Putz out there, but he was able to, that ball just went straight to the glove of Johnson out in right field. A good first out for the Harbor Hawks as Brett Phillips, or excuse me, that's Dylan Phillips, now coming up to the plate for the Mariners.
Well, that's an important out number 1 for Hyannis. You can't allow the Mariners to get on base to lead off the inning. You got to be able to get an out to start things off and kind of get in a groove on the mound if you're Brush.
First pitch to Phillips is fouled off. 0-1 the count. Pitch comes in. He ropes that one out towards the fence, out in right field. That's Johnson at the wall, and that's gone. Dylan Phillips sends a line drive over the right field wall, and he adds another run for the Mariners, who now lead 15-6 here in the bottom of the 5th.
Well, Phillips turned on that one and crushed it. Great piece of hitting by Phillips.
Phillips with his 2nd home run of the season, as that's going to bring Jordan Beck to the plate. And Phillips, who's had himself a night, pair of singles and a home run. He's reached base all 4 times. He's reached home all 4 times as well. A fantastic offensive night for him.
Defensive substitution at catcher Lincoln with Joey Raphael in for Pendleton. Second time we've seen him this year. He came in as a substitution earlier this week. Saw him taken at bat. Appears that the rest of the Harbor Hawks defense remains the same. And you have to understand the substitution there. I mean, Pendleton was behind the plate for, well, the game's been 2.5 hours, so we can't have Pendleton catching a 5-hour game. So.
Yeah, no. And Pendleton taking some well-deserved rest out there. He's been pelted and walloped behind the plate tonight. He's taken quite a few off of his body. He's had a lot of bruises this season, to say the least.
He has. He's given it his all out there. Heck of an effort. The Celtics and Tommy Heinsohn, their former broadcaster, gave out Tommy points, which are like for hustle and energy, and I think Caleb Pendleton would get a bunch of those.
That's a long drive out towards right field as well. Johnson coming back near the warning track, and he makes the grab. Out number 2, a loud, long fly out for Jordan Beck.
3 straight balls hit to right field. The Mariners seem to be just a bit behind the fastball of Brush. And got 2 away. Good bounce back after the home run.
So now 2 away. 15-6 the score in favor of the Mariners. Sun now completely down as there's nothing but blue sky here from White House Field. Another foul ball heads into the tree line. That brings the count now to 0-1 with 2 away. Still a pretty big crowd here, although a lot of people have filtered out. The bleachers beside us here at the table have filed out quite a bit, but down the third base side, there are still quite a few fans here. 0-2 the count. Pitch comes in. That one's lofted out towards center field. That's going to be Elliott coming in, and he is going to call everybody off as he makes the grab for out number 3. And the Mariners go down. One run on that home run from Dylan Phillips. That's all she wrote as the Mariners lead 15-6 after 5 on the Harbor Hawks Baseball Network.
Hi, my name's Caden Rose. I'm an infielder for the Harbor Hawks, and you're listening to the Harbor Hawk Network.
Hardigan.
Back here on the Harbor Hawks Baseball Network, Mitch Hardigan starting us off here as Caleb Pendleton and Trent Taylor will follow behind him in order.
Should be Raphael after Hardigan after he came in for Pendleton in the field. We'll see if that's the only substitution, as we're not sure if Harris is still at DH. Likely he is. We'll have to see if who comes on deck. It does look like it's Raphael over there.
That is Raphael on deck. So Pendleton's night is done. As Hardigan facing a 2-0 count now. On his night, Hardigan's been hit by a pitch, had a fly out to center, and struck out looking in his most recent at-bat. The 2-0. That's a good long drive out towards center field. That's Beck ranging back, and he makes a grab for out number 1. A hard hit fly ball from Mitch Hardigan, the second hard hit fly ball he's had out to center field tonight.
Yeah, Hardigan's seeing the ball well today, making some solid contact. Unfortunately, it's just been right at somebody twice.
He's perfectly lined up with it. That was dead center field.
Timing it well.
Number 37, Joey Raffaelli.
Joey Raphael now stepping up to the plate for his first time tonight. Raphael in 1 game so far this season, he's had 1 at bat. He's 0 for 1 so far.
Recently joining the Harbor Hawks after Dylan Post left for the year, so now they have 3 catchers once again. Raphael's been handling a bulk of the bullpen catching duties.
Quick little mound visit from Tinsman has concluded as he's back behind the dish. Now, Austin, have you ever thought about why they call home plate the dish before?
No.
So I actually found this out a few months ago. Actually, the reason they do that is because back when baseball first started in the late 1800s, they literally used a dinner plate as home plate.
So that's the dish.
And then after they got an actual bag for it, it was a circle. It wasn't like the little pentagon that we have now. It was just a flat circle that they used. And then towards the early 1900s, then they started using that little 5-point plate that we have today.
Well, that's interesting. I've
Very
never heard of that one. I wonder why it's the 5-point plate.
I don't know. I've been wondering that myself.
I understand the square, like the width of it, you know, get the strike zone established. But interesting.
Why not just a box or something like that, you know? Could be a square, but instead they choose to have that little point back there. Count now goes to 1-2 with 1 away. Nobody on after Hardigan had that fly out. Raphael in the right-handed box. Brings his bat back. The 1-2 comes in. That one lofted and fouled. 1-2 remains the count. Heads up is announced as we stay at 1-2.
Good battle here for Raphael and a good chance to keep spoiling off some tough pitches.
Brandon Walker now on the mound for the Mariners after Dalton Smith finished his night after the 5th. The 1-2 down low, 2 balls and 2 strikes now. Raphael from FSU, Florida Southern, coming from Lithia, Florida. The 2-2. Check swing. Did he go? No, he did not, says first base umpire. We'll bring the count now full, 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Good fight here for Raphael. His first at bat, as we mentioned, coming in for Caleb Pendleton, who had a double tonight and a pair of walks.
Raphael looking for his first hit of the season in just his 2nd at bat. See if he can get something going here. 3-2, 1 away. The pitch from Walker. Knocked and straight up in the air. That's going to stay in the infield. That's going to be called on by Wilkin, who calls everybody off, and he makes the grab for out number 2. An F5 for those of y'all keeping score at home.
Good at bat there by Raphael, however, entering the game, seeing a lot of pitches, and fortunately just got under that one. But a good call by Brock Wilkin at third to take charge. Walker didn't see it on the mound. You never want your pitcher to have to make a play as he takes charge, and good vocal leader on the infield.
So that's now going to bring up Trent Taylor. Taylor 0 for 2 on his night as well. Breached on a walk in the 2nd. Since then, he's had a strikeout and a flyout. First pitch from Walker finds the zone. Brings the count now to 0-1. That one crossing about at the knees to Taylor. 6 foot, 180 pounds is Taylor. A decent-sized second baseman tonight as he fouls on off of himself. 0-2 now the count.
We saw Taylor in center field and left field a couple of times this year. Now coming into the infield for the first time.
Count goes to 0-2. Taylor getting loose with a little practice hack before stepping back in to the box. The right-handed hitter. Righty on righty action as that breaking ball just misses the zone. Brings the count to 1-2 now.
That was a good pitch. Surprised Taylor didn't swing at that one. It's an enticing pitch.
Quite a few infielders, some outfielders as well, started hitting towards the dugout as they thought that crossed the plate. Here's the 1-2. Chopped over towards short. That's going to be picked up by Prizer. The throw to first is not in time. Taylor shows off his speed once again as he reaches first on an infield single.
First hit of the year for Taylor. Good speed there. All the way down in right field after that one as he continued to stumble his way down.
Now batting for the Harborhawks, number
Looks to be
30,
treating that
from Florida State, Ryan
left
Romano.
leg a little bit tenderly. Seems to be okay, though, as he's walking his way back towards first. So 2 away and 1 on. Ryan Romano's going to step up back to the plate. 0 for 3. Fly out, ground out, and a strikeout to his name. Lone strikeout of the night coming in the 3rd inning. As the first pitch from Walker comes in. Knocks that one straight up. It's heading towards foul territory, and that's going to be foul. We couldn't see that one. A little bit of a scary moment.
Landed in fair territory.
Oh, wow. Very close to the table here as that landed on near the fence. We were all ducking and diving every which way here. We couldn't see it. Not sure where it was.
The catcher, Tinsman, also ended up in front of us, but it was also to his right in fair territory.
So if anybody, it would have hit our sound reporter Taylor Farmer, and much to my embarrassment, didn't just reach over or do anything like that. I feel bad, but with the 0-1, that one misses down low. 1-1 now the count. I'm very sorry, Taylor, but you're on your own for that one.
I'll run over.
1-1 now the count. Walker takes a look over at Taylor at first. He comes home. And that hits Romano. Romano reaches base for the first time tonight.
Well, it gives you runners on first and second. A good chance here to get your hottest hitter to the plate in Elliott and bring home another run.
Elliott has reached base all 4 times tonight. He's only 1 for 1 on his line, though. He's been walked 3 times and had a single in his last appearance. Chance to add on some runs here. Runners on first and second. Infield fly rule will not be in effect with 2 away here. Mariners are looking for that 1 out. First pitch from Walker to Elliott. That finds the zone at the knees, brings the count to 0-1.
The low strike has been in play all game tonight. Not too bad there, right around the knees.
Yeah.
Just a little bit lower maybe.
I'll tell you, that low strike, very hard to call, but umpire's been doing a great job of it tonight. Here's the 0-1. Elliott lines that one down the first base line. That's going to drop and foul.
Just missed it, just pulled it. Got out in front too much on that off-speed pitch at 78 miles per hour, but almost had a RBI double.
That one would have scored 2 if that would have dropped fair, and it would have gave Elliott at least a double. We've seen how fast he can be, so he might have been able to tack on 1 more base. But instead, the count goes to 0-2 with 2 away. Walker looking to get out of this inning unscathed. No runs have come across yet, but they have runners in scoring position with Taylor at second. Breaking ball bouncing in the dirt near Elliott's foot, but I don't think that came in contact with him, as that brings the count to 1-2. Elliott brought his average up to 340 after his last appearance. The 1-2 misses down low, brings out even at 2. That 340 average, good for statistically the second best average on the team behind Nick Romano, but of course Romano with significantly fewer games. So I'd say that Elliott has the most consistent bat so far. The 2-2. Misses down low. 3 balls and 2 strikes now the count. Good battle here from Elliott. He's fought back from down 0-2 with 2 away. If he can reach base, that'll bring Dom Johnson to the plate, who had a base-clearing triple in his last appearance. Walker comes set. The right-hander steps off over towards second. Nobody holding on Taylor. So Taylor's going to retreat back, step on the bag, and then get his lead right back as we wait for the 3-2 count. Walker comes set. Kicks and comes home. Misses high. Ball 4. So Elliott's going to reach. And that loads the bases up now for Dom Johnson, who's 2 for 4 on his line.
Good patience by Clark Elliott, and he's drawn 4 walks now in the ballgame.
4 out of 5 at-bats have all been walks. 5 at-bats. We're only in the 6th inning.
Well, only 1 technically counts as an at-bat. I mean, because of
5 appearances, 1 at-bat.
Because of the 4 walks, but
yeah,
to get on base safely in all 5 of the times you come to the plate is impressive.
Very much. So Elliott, despite having 5 appearances, sits 1 for 1 on the night. As this first pitch from Johnson is fouled into the tree line. Let's see who gets that one. That one rolling quite a ways, picked up by one lucky fan. I think he's grabbed a couple of balls now, but he adds another one to the collection. Count at 0-1 now. Pitch from Walker to Johnson. He fouls that one off, 0-2. Still a good number of fans here at White House Field. Not as many as we started with. People have gone in and out, but still a good number. The 0-2, breaking ball, very enticing pitch. Johnson wanted to swing, but he held his bat back. 1-2 the count.
Nice job by Johnson to hold up on that one. A very good breaking ball, but just too low to get him to chase. We'll see if he goes back to it here.
So now Walker with a 1-2 count. He's stepping by the mound, digging his foot in, as Johnson steps back into that right-handed box, ready to go with the 1-2 pitch. Walker comes set, separates his hands and comes home. Foul tip caught by Tinsman for out number 3. And that's going to end the top of the 6th inning as the Harbor Hawks load the bases but can't bring any runs home as we head to the bottom of the 6th, down 15-6 on the Harbor Hawks Baseball Network.
Hi, my name is Marcos Pujols. I'm the first baseman for the Harbor Hawks. You're listening to the Harbor Hawks Baseball Network.
Bottom half of the 6th inning coming up. Max Codier going to start us off, followed by Zach Preisner and Press Kavanaugh. The 8, 9, and 1 hitters coming up for the Mariners, who lead 15-6 in the bottom half of the 6th inning. We are just about to hit the 3-hour mark, Austin, and most of our games would have been over at this point, but we still have a third of the game left to go as this bunt laid down the third base line, drops foul for strike 1.
Yeah, pick up a strike there, but now you're going to have Luke Mann playing in on the grass.
Mann still over at third, Romano at short, Trent Taylor at second, Nick Romano at first, Hardigan out in left, Elliott in center, Johnson in right, and Raphael now back behind the plate. That's Joey Raphael, who came in last inning for Caleb Pendleton. 0-1 the count now to Codier. Codier's had 2 hits. He's 2 for 2 on his line with a double, a single, and a sac fly in the 4th.
Nice breaking ball there by Brush. We'll see where he goes back here on 0-2.
Austin Brush back on the mound for his 3rd inning of work as the 0-2 is fouled. That's going to stay at 0-2. Brush getting only his 2nd appearance with the Harbor Hawks this season. In one game, through 4 innings, gave up 3 hits, only 1 run, and struck out 4. Here's the 0-2. Spiked in the dirt, brings the count to 1 ball and 2 strikes. Good stop from Raphael behind the plate. 1 ball and 2 strikes to count. This one lined and grounded over to short. That's going to be picked up by Romano. The throw over to first is not in time, as Codier is going to reach first on an infield single, and a perfectly placed ground ball there.
Yeah, no chance to get it out there. Romano had to go to the backhand in the hole between short and third, and Codier runs well anyway. That puts the leadoff man on for the Mariners.
So now, with nobody out, a runner on first. That's going to bring Zach Preisner to the plate. Preisner, who's had an eventful night himself. He's reached base twice, reached home both times, as he's 1 for 2 on his line with a strikeout. He's walked, and he had a single, all in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th innings. That one's flown out towards right field. A diving grab from Johnson can't be made, as that's going to be Codier extending over to third, and that's going to be a double for Zach Preisner.
Yeah, he just hit in a spot where Johnson was not. A lot of ground to cover in the outfield, and unfortunately couldn't get to that one in time. Not a bad pitch at all by Brush. He got him to make some relatively weak contact on the flyout, just put it in the right place.
Plays perfectly down the line and just out of reach from Johnson. So now with 2 runners in scoring position, that's the top of the lineup coming up with Press Kavanaugh, who's had 3 hits in his last 3 at-bats. He watches that one go by up high for ball 1. He's 3 for 4 on the night so far. Reached base on a drop third strike in the 1st, and then since then has had 2 singles and a double. Fouls that one off. That's going to head out into the trees for strike 1. 1-1 the count. Harbor Hawks looking for that first out here. 2 runners in scoring position. Brush brings it home. Swing and a miss there. Brings the count now to 1-2. One ball and 2 strikes to count. Pitch from Brush. Lofted down to third base. That's going to be Mann coming up to it and making the grab. Out number 1.
Good pitch there by Brush to jam Kavanaugh and induce a weak pop-up. Big out number 1. And then the biggest thing there is, too, is it keeps the runners at 2nd and 3rd. Nice play.
So that infield fly ball. No infield fly called, as no runner on first means no infield fly rule. Keeps runners at 2nd and 3rd with 1 away now for Josh Hood. Hood's only 1 for 4 on his line, but his last at bat was the most important one as he had a double back in the 4th.
Brought home a pair of runners with that double.
For the 0-1 pitch from Brush, that misses down low. One and one the count with one away. Swing and a miss there. 1 ball and 2 strikes, now the count. Josh Hood looking to stay alive here. Brush looking for the second out of this 6th inning of play. Brush, breaking ball. A beautiful pitch, but time is called as the pitch comes in.
That's just not a good call. He calls time, but he doesn't do anything with his hands to visualize that there's time called. So he then let Brush finish the pitch, and nobody stepped out of the box. I mean, how?
Don't know what was going on there. But anyway, time is given, so that beautiful breaking ball is now hit over to short. Play going over to third. They have the runner in a pickle going between second and third, and that was Preisner who gets tagged out in between second and third base. Meanwhile, Codier is going to reach home, and Josh Hood is going to reach on a fielder's choice.
Nice job there by Ryan Romano on the hard hit grounder to short. He freezes the runner.
With 2 away now, Harwich looking for that final out here. Looking for it to be Brock Wilkin. First pitch from Brush finds the zone. Near the knees, bringing the count to 0-1. Wilkin has 4 appearances, 3 at-bats. He's 1 for 3 on the line, with a single and 2 strikeouts. Also reached on a walk. Here's the 0-1. Good stop there from Rafael. That brings the count to 1-1 now. Now tomorrow, after the conclusion of tonight's game, the Harbor Hawks will be traveling to Orleans for the final game of a 3-game road trip with the Firebirds. As that one finds the zone for strike 2. That'll be the last time we face the Firebirds this season and the only time we face them at Eldridge Park.
Yeah, tied 1-1 in the season series with Orleans. Harbor Hawks look to pick up a series victory against the Firebirds on the year.
That lone victory against the Firebirds was a 13-1 win, as that's a long drive out towards left field, and that is gone. Holy cow. A blast from Brock Wilkin adds 2 more runs to the board as the Mariners now lead 18-6.
I mean, that ball was crushed by Brock Wilkin. What a piece of hitting by Wilkin, and he turned on that thing and sent it a long way. His 5th homer of the year. Picks up a couple more RBI to add to his season total amongst the league leaders, and you want to talk about turning on a baseball and hitting it well. That is how you do it.
So now the Mariners extend their lead to 18-6 here in the bottom of the 6th. The Harbor Hawks looking for that final out here. It's been hard to get so far as that one spiked in the dirt for ball 1. Carter putts now at the plate. He's 0 for 3, 2 strikeouts and a flyout to his line. He's reached on a walk as well. He's in the right-handed box as that breaking ball comes across the plate. For a strike, that's strike 1. 1-1 now the count. This is also the final time we'll be playing the Mariners tonight, as the Mariners are in the East. Harbor Hawks are in the West, so this will be the 3rd time we've played the Mariners this season. One ball and 2 strikes to count. Pitch from Brush. Breaking ball misses for ball 2.
Two away. Brush has brought the breaking ball out a couple of times. We saw Wilkin get on top of a fastball, it looked like. We'll see where he goes here.
Fastball just missing Full count, now the count to putts. Brush looking to get out of this inning without any more runs coming across. Bases are empty now after that home run. So there's a while to go before another run comes across. Unless we see back-to-back bombs here for the Mariners, as that's a liner. And that's going to drop out in the left center gap for a base hit. Carter putts with his first base hit of the night as he reaches on a single.
Good piece of hitting there as Brush threw him a pretty solid pitch, but was able to go down and get it, stay on top of that ball, and drive it to left center field. Tough break there.
The night's getting cooler here in Harwich. Temperature now down to 72. Again, no wind. As Brush ready with the first pitch. That one misses down low to Phillips.
Phillips has himself a homer, Lincoln, and he hit that ball really well. He's got some good power to right field.
He did. Phillips now 3 for 3 on his line with a walk, 2 singles, and a home run.
Scored all 4 times.
He fouls that one off out of play. Brings the count even now, 1-1.
The 18 runs for Harwich, the most the team has scored against Hyannis this season. Hyannis still with 6 runs of their own. Their offense has been solid in this ballgame. The Mariners' offense is just on another level as of late.
Yeah, the Mariners 10-3-3 in their last 16 games, and it is easy to see why. A very offensive team. They're able to put the ball in play any which way and at any time. Count at 2-1 now. Brush with the pitch. Another foul. Brings the count at 2-2 now. The Mariners with 18 runs on 15 hits and 2 errors. The Harbor Hawks, on the other hand, with 6 runs on 7 hits and 1 error. That one fouled off once again. Count stays at 2-2. The Mariners have found a run in every inning so far tonight. 1 run in the first, 2 in the second, 5 in the third, 6 in the fourth, 1 in the fifth, and 3 here in the sixth so far. Phillips looking to make that 4 or maybe 5 if he can go yard for the second time tonight, as that one misses. Brings the count now full 3-2. Brush with the payoff. Runner goes. A long drive out to deep center field. Elliott coming back, nearing the wall. At the very front of the wall, he makes the grab for out number 3. A long third out from Phillips, but out number 3 nonetheless, as the Mariners tack on 3 more, now leading 18-6 after 6 on the Harbor Hawks Baseball Network.
Hi, my name is Gary Calhoun. I'm the manager of the Hyannis Harborhawks, and you're listening to the Hyannis Harborhawks Radio Network.
Back here for the start of the 7th inning of play. Due up is going to be Romano, Mann, and Harris. That's Nick Romano now at the plate. Romano on his line has reached base twice. Both times have been on errors so far. Was his first pitch at the knees. Finds his zone for strike one. Harborhawks down 12 right now. 18-6 the score here in the 7th.
Romano's been solid in making some contact. There's another piece of contact there.
Long drive out to left field. That's going to be picked up by Hood.
That's nice play there. It's Lazaro now in left after the substitution. Hood comes in and moves to short, showing his versatility. It's not all the time you see a guy who starts the game in left field end up at shortstop. We've seen Lazaro before. He's going to get some playing time now coming in.
This is his first time here tonight. He's now out and left. Looks to be for the remainder of the game. Luke Mann now at the plate after that F7 to start us off. Mann has reached base twice. Once on a walk, once on a single. He's 1 for 3 overall.
Just got to keep hitting. Keep working on your at-bats and try to put something together individually at this point in the ball game.
That one lofted out towards foul territory down the third base line. That's going to be Lazaro coming over, and that's going to head out of play. Brings the count even at 1.
So much foul territory here, too, at White House Field that even if that ball is in play, it's just probably too far to make a catch on.
We saw that double from Zane Harris earlier on in the game that landed down the line, and ended up being too much grass out there for then Hood, who got on his horse trying to make the grab but just couldn't get to it. Count at 1-1. Pitch. Called strike. 1 ball and 2 strikes now the count. Brandon Walker back on the mound now.
25 3-ball counts tonight, Lincoln, showing you how many pitches have been thrown between the two teams. Just a long ball game, a lot of pitchers having a little bit of trouble finding the zone for both teams tonight.
I think the total number now must be getting close to around 200. No, more than 200, probably 400 now. Because towards the end of the 4th, we were up at 200. Up at 200 pitches around the 4th. Luke Mann goes down with a strikeout after he swings at that 2-2 pitch. That's going to be 2 outs now for Zane Harris. And we're actually going to have a pinch hitter here.
It's going to be Caden Rose coming into the ball game to take some swings.
Now pinch hitting for the Harborhawks, number 3 from Alabama, Caden Rose.
Caden Rose from the University of Alabama.
Seen him at multiple positions this year in center field and right field, at shortstop, at second base. Rose very versatile. Not sure where he's going to be playing at Alabama in the fall. Depends on where the guys that were drafted, if they sign or not. Some of those Alabama players play multiple positions as well. So we'll kind of see where he fits in. But all we know is he'll be an everyday player. He had 4 homers there this past season. A mainstay in the Crimson Tide baseball lineup.
Caden Rose now with the 1-1 count. In the right-handed box. Walker comes home. Driven out towards the first base foul line. That's going to be Kavanaugh coming over and making the grab for out number 3. That's going to end the top half of the 7th. Mariners maintain that 18-6 lead heading into the bottom of the 7th on the Harborhawks Baseball Network.
Hi, my name's Caden Rose. I'm an infielder for the Harbor Hawks, and you're listening to the Harbor Hawk Network.
Back here for the bottom half of the 7th inning, approaching hour number 3.5, as it's just about 9 o'clock here. By far the longest game of the year. And I think the second longest game of the year after tonight will also be against the Mariners.
Probably.
Which was that 15-12 win.
Long one as well.
Or 15-12 loss for us. Count at 1-0. Sam Beck now on the mound for the Harbor Hawks. Beck has had 1 appearance for the Harbor Hawks this season.
Fired 2 scoreless innings in that appearance. A good outing for Sam Beck. See if he can replicate that here. The Harbor Hawks could sure use a couple of scoreless innings to close out this ballgame.
Count at 1-1. The Mariners have scored in every single inning so far. Beck misses his own with the 1-1. Brings the count now 2 balls and 1 strike. There we go. Jordan Beck starting us off. Brendan Tinsman on deck and Max Codier currently in the hole, as that one evens the count at 2-2 after that one finds the zone. Night continuing to get a little bit cooler and cooler here from White House Field. The last time we were here at White House Field, it ended up getting down to about almost in the 50s. I remember by the end of the game, we were able to see our breath here. As that one flown and, oh my goodness, landing near a huddle of people, almost hitting somebody and their dog. Luckily, everybody's safe. Quite a few canine little fur balls here at the ballpark. Got one right behind us here at the broadcast table, a cute little fella. Gave him a little pet earlier on in the game. He's a very nice, very good boy. Oop. Something's got his attention. Anyway, 3-2 now the count. Jordan Beck now in center field for the Mariners. Here's the payoff. Now, you know what else I've just noticed, Austin?
Mm-hmm.
We have some Becks facing off against each other.
Oh, we do.
Jordan Beck going up against Sam Beck.
Any relation?
I don't know. I'm kind of curious about that. (3-2). Here's the pitch. And fouled. That's heading out of play as well. Still a few kids left in the crowd. People have filed out throughout tonight's game.
Sam Beck has thrown a little bit of everything at him. We'll see if what the 3-2 is going to be.
Quite the battle brewing between the two. The encore. Breaking ball, just missing a beautiful pitch from Beck. But instead, that results in a walk to Jordan Beck to lead us off here in the bottom of the 7th.
That one was close, and Beck thought he had him.
It was a fantastic pitch, but instead with the runner on first, the Demon Deacon, Brendan Tinsman, is now going to step up to the plate. Tinsman's 0 for 3 on his line. He had a walk in the 3rd. But since then, or other than that, a strikeout, fly out, and fly out. 2 flyouts in this game so far, as that one's roped down the 3rd base line, just foul. Brings the count to 0-1. Beck's going to have to retreat as Tinsman heading back to the mound with that 0-1 count now. Sam Beck from the University of San Francisco, originally from Warren, New Jersey, comes set, ready for the 0-1 pitch. Coming up to Tinsman. Pitch comes in. That one misses for ball 1. 1 ball and 1 strike to count. That fastball at 88 miles an hour coming from Beck.
Under 100 fans left, I'd say, at this point in the ballgame.
Most likely, yes. There are still a few left on the hill, but overall, yes, I'd say less than 100. Roped down the third base line. That's over the head of Mann for a base hit. Beck's going to be rounding second. He's going to hit the third, and that is a double for Brendan Tinsman.
Nice piece of hitting by Tinsman to turn on that one and bring it down the left field line. So the Mariners have a couple of runners in scoring position here with nobody out.
So now runners on second and third with no outs. He's going to bring. We have a pinch hitter here, Mac McDermott. He's going to be stepping in place of Max Codier.
Yeah, Matt McDermott, the infielder from Coastal Carolina. Good chance for him to get an at-bat in here.
McDermott with only 3 appearances so far. This is his 4th. Yes. He lost this first pitch towards the third base line. That's going to drop over Mann for strike 1. 0-1 now the count. McDermott with a 1 for 11 record so far. That one hit was a double. Now facing an 0-1 count from Sam Beck. Beck from the stretch has the ball behind his back. Shaking it in his hand, he comes set. The 0-1. Chopper down the third base line. Mann's going to come home with it. They're going to get the runner Beck in a rundown. He's going to head on down to third. They're going to tag him out, and they're going to tag out, or they're going to try to tag out Tinsman as he heads on over to third. Yeah, someone's going to be out, and I think it's going to be Beck.
It's the trail runner.
Ah, okay, never mind. So that's Tinsman out at third. Beck is going to stay put at third base as there are now runners on the corners with 1 away. Chance for a double play here to end the inning without letting a run across.
Good play by Luke Mann to freeze the runner at third and get the out. Don't allow any more runs to come across. Lazaro now gets a chance to take his first swings of the night.
Jake Lazaro coming in for Zach Preisner. First pitch is a called strike. A little complicated out there for Max Codier, or that's Matt McDermott, as he's going to reach on a fielder's choice. It's a 5-2 put out. 1-1 now the count to Lazaro. Jake Lazaro from Liberty University, batting .200 on the season. He scored 5 times on 4 hits. Has yet to register an RBI. Count now at 1-2. Lazaro in the left-handed box. The pitch misses, ball 2. 2-2 now the count. And with it being just about 9 o'clock, we're 2 minutes away from that 3.5 hour, no, actually, yes, 3.5 hour limit, or time stamp, I might call it.
No time limit on the game.
Yeah, no time limit on the games, but the game's been going for 2.5 hours now, as that is out number 2 with the strikeout to Lazaro.
Top of the order for your Harwich Mariners. Now batting number 29, the right fielder from UNC Greensboro, Press Kavanaugh.
Press Kavanaugh now coming up to the plate. Kavanaugh. 2 for 5 on his line, or 3 for 5 that is. Reached base on a drop third strike in the first. Single, double, single, and a fly out. Kavanaugh ready to go. Count at 1-0, 2 away. Beck comes set. The right-hander comes home. That one is a called strike. Near the knees, 1-1 the count. Here's the 1-1. That one misses low. 2 balls and 1 strike, now the count. Beck looking to get out of this inning without allowing a run across. This would be the 1 inning so far that the Mariners have not allowed a run. He's got 2 away, runners on the corners. 2-1. Ripped down the first base line. If it drops fair, that's extra bases, and that is foul.
Wow. Well, he turned on that ball and hit that one really well to right field. Unfortunately, it was just so far out in front of it, it couldn't keep it fair.
That was close to a fair ball, and that would have scored 2. That would have been at least a double there for Kavanaugh, but instead he has a 2-2 count with 2 away. Kavanaugh's bat waiting for him upside down. It's bounced on the tip as he picks it up, ready for the 2-2 count. We're now running on artificial light here from White House Field. The sun has been down for quite a while now as that one's popped straight up towards foul territory behind home plate. Revill running for that one. That one drops just out of play. So we're going to stay with a 2-2 count.
Those kids have been trying all night for a foul ball, and they got one.
Finally, it's good to see it. And he's ecstatic to have that foul ball. It's great. He's so excited to have that foul ball.
I'm happy they got one.
Yeah.
They've been moving to the other side of the field on left-handed hitters and coming back here on right-handed hitters, and they finally positioned themselves, and they got one.
2 balls and 2 strikes. Pitch comes in. Breaking ball ripped over to second. That's going to be Taylor stopping that one. He's going to pick that one up. Throw to first is in time for out number 3. The first inning that the Mariners do not record a run. That's no runs on 1 hit, no errors, and 2 left stranded. We head to the 8th inning. Mariners up 18-6 on the Harwich Baseball Network.
Alrighty, Lincoln, ready to go?
I am. All right. For the 8th inning of play, I'm going to pass on play-by-play duties to our sideline reporter, Taylor Farmer, for her first time in her career.
Yep, Hardigan with a hit. He gets on first base. First pitch.
A good job there from Mitch Hardigan, able to start things off with a bang. He rips that one up the middle, and a good, strong first base hit for Hardigan in this inning.
Revill will step up to the plate.
Revill started in that 6th inning of play. Came in for Caleb Pendleton. We'll see if he can get a base hit here.
His first at bat, a flat.
Get a good look at that power here.
He swings at that one, fly out to left center, and it is caught. Hardigan will retreat back to first base.
Very good, solid contact there from Revill. He's lofted it out towards that left center gap, and unfortunately just couldn't drop safely, as that was brought up by Beck out in center field for out number 1.
Trent Taylor up to the plate now for his 5th at-bat of the game.
Taylor's gotten his first start at second base in tonight's game. He's been in the outfield a couple of times for the Harbor Hawks, showing how good he is on both ends of the playing field.
Yes, for sure. That one's outside for ball 2.
Taylor in his last at bat got his first hit of the season, a single, ended up reaching 3rd before that inning ended.
And strike 1 down the middle.
Good placement there from Walker. He's trying to keep up that scoreless streak going. He's got a runner on first with 1 away.
Strike 2, same place.
Now, Taylor, in your career so far, have you done play-by-play before? You've done color. You did it this season back at Wareham.
No, I have never done play-by-play.
Never done play-by-play.
As you might can tell.
Hey, you're doing a great job for your first time, quite honestly.
Thank you.
I didn't tell you, my first game I ever didn't speak for an entire inning.
That sounded like me doing color.
It was terrible. Terrible. I was terrified.
Taylor takes ball 4. We'll move to first base, and Hardigan is over to second.
Great at bat there from Taylor. He's able to fight back on that one, end up drawing a walk, keep this inning alive as Ryan Romano steps up to the plate. He's looking for his first hit of the night. He's gotten on base once after his last at bat where he was hit by a pitch.
First pitch misses low for ball 1.
Good pitch from Walker there. Good strong 88-mile-an-hour fastball, and just missing it up high there as that ends up bringing the count to 2-0 now.
I really like watching the Romano brothers, both Ryan and Nick, and talking with them about how they enjoy playing under Calhoun and their dad played under Calhoun. Good little family dynamic.
Yeah,
Calhoun.
Ryan made his debut against Harwich a few weeks ago at White House Field, the first time we played the Mariners. His twin brother Nick making his debut a few days ago, and really they've been very enjoyable to watch together since they've both been here. Their first time playing together since junior college.
Right, and that one is fouled out. A few kids left racing. Better chance to get a foul ball now.
Very loud kids at that, screaming for it, hoping that somebody gets out of their way so they can grab a ball.
Right. Count is now 2-2 with 1 out.
Romano needs to put the ball in play here. Just find a way to at least get the runners advanced for Clark Elliott.
That one misses low and dirt. Runners will advance. Hardigan at third and Taylor at second.
Good attempt from Tinsman. He's been very good behind the plate, like a stone wall almost behind the plate. He's had a couple get by him here and there, like that one there, but made an attempt to get in front of it, just ended up bouncing off of him, and it allowed both runners to get to scoring position, and now a chance for 2 RBIs for Romano.
See what he can do here. Full count. Swings on that one. Ball is deep right field and to the fence. Hardigan jogs in at home, and Taylor sprints around home. RBI triple for Romano.
How about that? Romano showing off his wheels, a 2-run RBI triple on that. And he saw he was rounding second, still going hard, and then he looked back and saw that ball was picked off by Codier, and he stopped for a second in the middle of second and third, and then he just kept on trucking and was able to reach third safely. There was no throw from Codier over to third, so he just walks right into third base, and now a chance for an RBI from Elliott after a 2 RBI triple from Romano.
Right, a really good at bat for Romano, and this is who we want up at the plate in order to drive him in, Clark Elliott.
Elliott has a single already. He's reached base all 5 times that he's been at the plate tonight. 4 walks and a single, so he's 1 for 1 on his line.
And that one misses low, 4-1.
Elliott just improving his batting average tonight, improving his on-base percentage as well. Overall, productive night from Elliott, even though he only has 1 hit on his line. He's been very good at the plate, very disciplined hitter at the plate. Lots of moans and groans as the count moves now to 1-1. 1 away still. Lots of chance for offense here for the Harbor Hawks.
That one comes in. Elliott fouls that one off. Count is 1-2.
Now, Taylor, you said you're from Clemson, right?
Right.
And you told us that you've gotten to meet Trevor Lawrence. Is that correct?
Yes, I have. I've done a few interviews with Trevor. Pitch comes in. Barely comes off the bat, but Elliott will make it to first and score Romano.
Well, a full swing, but a bunt result there is a hit is a hit. I might add there for that one, an infield single for Clark Elliott.
And we will take that one.
Yeah, perfectly placed hit as that scored another run, an RBI single for Clark Elliott, his 2nd RBI single of the night.
Dominic Johnson will step up to the plate.
Harbor Hawks starting to chip away at that deficit. Now down 9, 18-9 the score.
Now, have we seen a game go this high yet? I know we had that 15-12 loss, but have we seen a team score 18?
No, we have not seen a team score 18 on us. The highest score was the Mariners, 15 runs. And that 15-12 game, I think, was for sure one of the highest scoring games in the league this season. It might have been the highest scoring game, but I'm not 100% sure on that.
I would agree with that. The pitch comes in low for ball 2.
Same amount of runs in the 2 games, 15-12 and 18-9, 27.
I just found out that the total number of runs between the last 2 games of the Mariners and Harbor Hawks have been the same, 27 runs in both of those games.
Wow.
15-12 runs in that last game, 18-9 now, both games at 27 apiece.
Hopefully Dom Johnson can cut into the deficit here, sitting at the plate with Elliott on first. Swings on that one. Ball is fouled off.
Now we kind of thread the needle. There's a little opening in between the 2 fences and the Mariners dugout, and Johnson was able to find that perfect little line to where it went in between the two cushions. There's a little opening in the middle of it where runners can make their way out to the field and make their way back in after an inning.
That one misses low for ball 3. The count is 3-1.
Now, for those of y'all that have been keeping up with our Birds the Word podcast, if you haven't heard of it, that's a little weekly podcast that we do here. Myself, Austin, DeCouta, and our producer, Matt Noah, all get on that podcast every week. And a couple weeks ago, actually before our game at Wareham a few weeks ago, we actually got Taylor on that interview. I believe it was the third episode of the season. I think it was the third
at Wareham.
And Taylor ended up getting a little bit of an interview in that first block, so be sure to go and give that a listen. Get to know our Sideline reporter, Taylor Farmer.
That one misses low for ball 4. Johnson will take first base. You know, like, it was a little bit weird because usually I'm the one doing the interviews, and that time I got the interview.
Yeah, you deserve to be in the spotlight at least once, you know?
Thank you.
Just let everybody know who you are, what you're about, what brought you here, you know?
Looks like we might make a pitching change here.
The whole infield coming in, a little powwow coming up. There are a couple of people warming up, and that is going to prompt a pitching change. All right, well, Taylor, I think it's a good time to go to a break here.
I would agree with that.
We're going to take a quick break here. Bottom half of the 8th coming up after this pitching change.
All right, we are back live, and Austin DeCouta, our Sideline reporter, has a little word for us.
Thank you, Taylor. Tonight we've seen 29 three-ball counts between the two teams here at White House Field. A lot of pitches being thrown between the two teams. It's important for these guys to stay loose. We're seeing some long innings in the field for both teams with lots of different batters coming to the plate. It's important to see these guys moving around, staying loose, because if you're standing still for too long, you can definitely have something tighten up, especially with the temperature dropping a bit here in Harwich. So you see a lot of the guys staying active, jogging a little bit in between innings to try to stay warm, which can be a tough thing to do on a night like this.
Awesome. Thank you, Austin. A good report from you as we get back to play after the pitching change. We now have Alex Rayo on the mound, and Nick Romano will step up to the plate.
Seen some power from Nick Romano. He's reached base twice, both on errors. An E5 and an E6 so far, so he's been able to reach base a couple of times tonight. We'll see if he can do it again here.
That one misses high for ball 1. Count is 1-0 with 1 out, runners on first and second. That one finds the zone for strike 1.
1-1 the count. Romano. I think Romano is due for a hit here. He's reached base twice on errors, so I think it's time. I think it's about time he reaches base on a hit now.
That one line drive to center field for a base hit will bring Elliott home. RBI single for Nick Romano.
Elliott showing off his speed there. Another RBI for Romano. In his first time, I said he was overdue, and he got a single his first single of the night for him, and a good at bat here in the 8th.
Luke Mann will step up to the plate now. Runners on first and third. Harbor Hawks down 8 with 1 out.
Luke Mann at the plate, a chance to score some runs here. You know, the Harbor Hawks, 4 runs this inning so far. They're now into double digits.
That one gets by the catcher and will score Johnson. Romano will move over to second.
You can't count us out just yet. We've started to make a little bit of a comeback now. 5 runs in this inning, a 5-run inning. And we're all the way down 7 now. Chance to really do some damage with Luke Mann at the plate.
Now, we said earlier that Elliott was who we wanted at the plate, but Luke Mann's another one that we can count on.
Yeah, Luke Mann has had a powerful bat in the past couple weeks. The trio of home runs, tons of RBIs. He made quite an effort for Player of the Week last week. But sadly just missed it by, I think he probably got second for that comeback, or for that Player of the Week vote.
Yeah, I know we all thought that he was going to get it. We're a little surprised.
Yeah, Dalton Rushing ended up getting that one from Bourne, who the Bourne Braves have a chance to clinch a playoff spot. We'll see if they end up getting that done tonight. They do that with either a win, a tie, or a Wareham loss or tie.
Swing and a miss from Mann. Count is 1-2.
I like Mann's little, his routine that he has up at the plate. He fixes his gloves up a little bit, and then ends up tapping his bat with his closed fist. It's an interesting little
that one misses
routine
low,
there.
hits Mann in the leg. He will take first base. Lincoln, we've seen a few guys hit by a pitch tonight.
We've seen lots and lots of free bases. I think it's over 15 in between both teams so far, and including a few hit by pitches. I think all of the hit by pitches have been in favor of the Harbor Hawks, so we've been able to avoid flesh, but we've seen a lot of walks on both sides tonight by way of just four balls.
Caden Rose stands at the plate. That pitch will miss high for ball 1. Now, we've seen Caden with a home run earlier this season. He's got some power to him.
Caden Rose coming in place of Zane Harris.
That one finds the zone for strike 1. Count is 1-1 with 1 out. Runners on first and second.
Now Rose had one at bat earlier on, that fly out over to right back in that 7th inning, just 1 inning ago.
That one misses just outside, ball 2. That one misses pretty far outside. Count is 3-1.
You know, earlier on in this game, one of the first few innings, we ended up with a little 2-out rally. Right now, we're putting up together a 1-out rally. Still have an out to give here. Runners on first and second. And now
Ball
the base is loaded.
Caden Rose will take first. Bases are loaded for Mitch Hardigan.
The Hawks just keep on trucking, and we've hit through the lineup now, as Mitch Hardigan, who started off this inning with a single a few moments ago, gets his second at-bat of the inning. Now, Taylor, I think you might be good luck.
You think so?
I think so. You've been doing this for an inning, and look at this, a 5-run inning, our most fruitful inning of the game so far.
Yeah, I don't know if I can credit myself for that one. But we'll go with it for now. Strike 2 for Mitch Hardigan. Bases loaded. We need him to do something here.
Hardigan decided to hold back his bat there. It was a call strike anyway. It looked like a good pitch. It was about a little bit above stomach high. Might have been able to get something out there, but a hard pitch to take.
0-2 pitch misses low, hits his foot. Another batter hit by pitch, and that will bring in Romano. It seems these hit by pitches are really in our favor tonight.
That they are. Romano comes in the 6th run of the inning.
The catcher from Florida Southern, Joey Raphael.
Joey Raphael will come up to the plate with bases loaded. We've not seen him in this position so far. His first or second game, his third at bat tonight.
For Raphael?
Yes.
Raphael, this is his second game. He's had 3 at-bats in total, because he's had 2 so far tonight. This is his 3rd one tonight, and then he had 1 more before this.
And 2 flyouts. He's making contact. Needs to get on base here. Count is 0-1. That one misses just outside to even it up, 1-1.
Now, one thing about Raphael, he hasn't had a lot of appearances, but he's really been able to work the count. He's really disciplined at the plate. He was down 0-2 in his last appearance, and then was able to rack off a couple of balls before eventually putting up that flyout.
This one finds the zone for strike 2. Count is 1-2 with 1 out, and bases are loaded.
Chance for the HarborHawks to really do some damage here. We are making a comeback, down 6 runs now. We were down at 12 by 12 at one point.
This one is high and fouled off. Through the trees, a couple of kids racing to get it.
Some kids, those kids are aggressive. I've been saying it. They're, ooh, it's
seen a few dog piles over there.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a bloodbath over there recently.
We'll foul that one off again. Count stays 1-2.
The HarborHawks dugout starting to get a little excited now. We're getting a comeback together. 30 combined runs in tonight's game. 18-12 the score.
Wow.
And hopefully more to come for the HarborHawks.
Hopefully.
Still 1 out.
Slam here would leave the HarborHawks down 2 with Taylor coming up to the plate.
I don't think we could ask for anything better than a grand slam.
Right.
That would be the perfect way to keep this game going.
Not many people left, but I feel like everyone here would liven up a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. Everybody here would definitely liven up a lot of it.
Starting to get a little chilly here.
It is. The weather's been dropping ever since the game started.
That one misses outside. Count is 3-2. Full count here with bases loaded.
Now Raphael doing it again. He was down 0-2 to start this at bat off, and he's fought back 3 straight balls. He's been able to foul off a lot of pitches. He's really making a name for himself. Quite a fighter. And another foul ball.
Again, he will hang on. And you know, Zane Harris talked before the game to me about being confident but at their at-bats. But another thing that they do is
you got it.
Completely lost my train of thought. Being confident, but also being disciplined.
Yeah.
They're really good at being disciplined.
Yeah, all these HarborHawks batters, very confident, very aggressive at the plate, but they're not overly aggressive. You know, we know that there are a few times where a batter can be overly aggressive and just start swinging at whatever comes their way. But the HarborHawks, for the most part, have been doing a good job of limiting and really being careful about what pitches they choose to take and what they choose to swing at.
That one misses low. He'll take first base to bring in the runner at third, Luke Mann.
Well, bases remain loaded now. Raphael fighting back and drawing another walk, and the bats just keep on going. Trent Taylor now with a chance. He walked in his last appearance just earlier on this inning. So we'll see if we can keep this inning going. It's going to prompt another pitching change while the bullpen is hot for the Mariners right now. That's Danny Wilkinson getting warm.
Well, is this where we go to break, or do we hang on?
I think we hang on here. I don't think we're going to go to a pitching change here. Wilkinson is still getting warm. The infield's coming in and the music's playing, but I don't think that's going to be a mound. I don't think that's going to be a bullpen yet. I think they're just going to try to talk to this pitcher, see if he can get this last out here.
All right, Lincoln. Well, you talked earlier about liking Luke Mann's routine standing at the plate. When you played, did you have a little routine before?
I did have a routine. So I would line up my bat. So I had a little white Easton. I had an Easton bat with a little, it had silver lettering. It had Easton and silver letters along the barrel. And I would line up the bat to where Easton was facing me. And I would take the bat and I would tap each corner of the plate. And then I'd bring the bat, point it at the pitcher, and then come back and start waving it. It was, I don't know.
Seemed like a good approach.
Yeah, it was simple.
Did it work for you? That's the question.
My junior year, yes. My junior year, I had an extreme. I had a good season at the plate. My senior year, I kind of struggled a bit, but you know, it worked for me. I kept it all throughout high school.
Gotcha. I like the approach. We'll resume play here. Taylor will swing on that one and fouls it off. Count is 0-1, still 1 out.
I'm very impressed with what we've seen from the Harbor Hawks. 7 runs in this inning. We thought that we were out earlier on as we were down 12, and we fought back only down 5 now.
With the bases loaded.
With the bases loaded.
We just
and
have to capitalize on that here.
Bases loaded, only 1 away. A chance to really make a comeback here and maybe turn this into a new game. We've come down from down 8 before. This would be quite the comeback, really. Probably the greatest comeback I've ever seen if we can accomplish it.
And Taylor swings on that last pitch. Count is 0-2.
Taylor, another example of being aggressive at the plate but not being overly aggressive. He's disciplined yet aggressive at the same time. You saw that beautiful breaking pitch there from Rao, and it just barely missed outside. A good eye from Taylor to keep from swinging at that one.
Count is 1-2. Taylor awaits the pitch here. It comes in, misses high. Count evens out at 2-2.
Yeah, that dugout out there for the Harbor Hawks, they're getting riled up. I think they have a feeling that something good is about to happen here. We've already racked up 7 runs. We were down 12 to start this inning off.
That one is fouled off straight behind. You're right. Seems like they're barking down there.
They are.
Hawks don't usually make dog noises, but
no, they don't. But
whatever you got to do to get going.
Yeah. Like they say, it's not the. Well, I guess there's something about the size of the dog and the fight and the dog and stuff somewhere in there. But you know, since we're talking about dogs.
Hey, it seems to be working for them, so
yeah,
we'll let them do it.
Exactly.
Count is 2-2, 1 out. Taylor swings at that one down to third baseman. He'll send it over to second, and he will hold on to it. Taylor gets on base, but fielder's choice, but he will bring in Rose.
Well, the good thing is that good play from Wilkin, throwing that one over to Codier, being able to get 1 out at least, but that throw did bring him off the bag, so he couldn't get that second out. But a good play nonetheless. Eventful on both sides as the Harbor Hawks are able to add on another run, now down 4. We're only in the 8th inning, so after this inning, we still have another at-bat coming up after this.
Ryan Romano stands at the plate now. He will watch that first pitch for strike 1. We now have runners on third and first with 2 outs.
Base hit here would score at least 1. Score Hardigan from third at
Romano
least.
Swings on that one. Fouled and caught. Unfortunate ending for the Harbor Hawks, but a good inning, scoring 8 runs. And we will now head to the bottom of the 8th.
Yep, we'll be back on the Harbor Hawks Baseball Network. But
He watches that one outside. Dom Johnson will take a walk. Runners on first and second, and Harbor Hawk dugout is yelling.
Yeah, 2 walks to start the inning, and this game was within reach. And so we just had a walk there to start the inning from Clark Elliott, and then Dom Johnson gets another walk on a 3-1 count.
Right, 2 walks. As we said, I think the broadcast missed it. The dugout is loud and on fire. They're ready to see some runs here and hopefully get ahead in this ball game.
Yeah, and usually the dugout's a little passive, a little quiet, maybe get like a little chirp here and there, but the last inning and this inning, the team has just been letting the Harwich Mariners hear it in the field and letting them know their presence.
They have, and that will
Now pitching for your Harwich Mariners.
call for a pitching change.
Danny Wilkinson.
Danny Wilkinson will take the mound from Villanova.
Yep, it looks like we have a pitching change, and you have to wonder how many arms have been used in this game.
Well, this is the 5th arm.
All right, and Taylor, I think we're going to head to a break here during the pitching change.
Sounds good to me.
All right, for the Hyannis Harbor Hawks Baseball Network, we'll be back for the top of the 9th.
All right, we are back for the top of the 9th. Nick Romano stands at the plate. We've got runners on first and second. Elliott and Johnson both reached by a walk. Romano now at the plate. Count is 0-1.
Yeah, and this is the guy you want up. Romano has had a great night. His 7th at bat of the night. How about that? With 1 hit, but he scored twice this game.
And a big swing and a miss on that one. He wanted that one bad.
No, he's swinging
but
for the
just
fences,
missed it.
Taylor. I'll tell you that.
Hey, how could you not? Down 4 here in the 9th.
Yeah,
2
well,
runners on.
400 to dead center. That ball's going to have to go far to get out there.
No, he's been good in coming back in the count. It is 0-2. And another big swing and a miss. Wilkinson will retire his first batter that he sees. Romano goes down with a strikeout. 1 away, runners on first and second. Luke Mann will step up to the plate.
Yeah, and it seems like there's another game going on right now between the dugouts of who can be louder every time their team does something good.
That is true. Not many fans left here. So now the players are having to rally behind each other.
Yeah, in this game, there's a 12-run deficit for the Harbor Hawks, but now it's just 4. So I think both teams know this game isn't over just yet.
All right, you never know what can happen in an inning of baseball. Excellent pitch there from Wilkinson. Finds the zone 4, strike 1.
And now with the amount of pitchers we've seen tonight and pitches thrown, I wouldn't be surprised if Luke Mann had made an appearance tonight, because he did actually go 2-way once and pitch 2 innings against the Bourne Braves back when we had that game where they walked off against us.
He'll swing on that one, line drive to right field. He'll round the bases coming for second and will bring in both Elliott and Johnson. A standing 2-run double for Luke Mann. And are we surprised, Matt?
You know, if you asked me 3 innings ago if the Harbor Hawks are going to be within 1 run or 2 runs of the Mariners, I would have said I think I'm going home because I thought the game would be over. But here we are.
Yeah, they've shown a lot of fight, and we've seen that all season. Even being down by a lot of runs, we still see players making diving catches outside of foul territory. and the Harbor Hawks are just a team that never gives up.
Yeah, and right now we actually have a little scoreboard mishap. You won't see it on our scoreboard because we're doing a radio broadcast, but the White House Field scoreboard actually says it's 30-18, so that would actually be a football score right now.
Right. We're not there yet, not that season yet, but we're approaching.
And maybe by the end of the inning.
Right. Caden Rose steps up to the plate with Luke Mann on second. He'll hold off on that one, misses high for ball one.
And Caden Rose, pinch hitter, came in. This is his second at-bat. He walked in his first at-bat and scored a run.
Third at-bat.
It's third at-bat,
Yep.
excuse me.
But he did have that walk in his second at-bat.
And
He watches that one outside for ball two.
It seems like almost every player on the Harbor Hawks has scored a run at this point. It seems the only player who hasn't is Raffaelli, who came in for Hardigan.
Right, good at-bats tonight for the Harbor Hawks, as they've gotten a lot of them.
Both teams have.
Pitch comes in. Caden swings on that one. High foul ball. Count moves to 2-1.
And just to go through the top of the lineup, Clark Elliott has 3 runs and 3 RBIs. Dom Johnson has 3 runs and 1 RBI. And then Nick Romano scored twice and Luke Mann scored twice. So the top of the lineup's really been anchoring this Harbor Hawks team.
It has. Caden watches that one, misses high for ball 3.
And now I think you have a red light here, unless you see a pitch down the middle that really is calling Caden's name here.
Yep, I would agree on that one. Count sits at 3-1 with 1 away, a runner on second. Rose swings on that one and misses for strike 2.
Yeah, and he hasn't been in the lineup the last couple days, but tonight he's making an appearance, and he's really been a presence on the Harbor Hawks team all year, so I'm excited to see him tonight.
You're right, he has. He played almost in every ball game up until the past couple, giving him a little bit of a rest. He watches that one low for ball 4. He will take his base.
And I will say, momentum is it's a thing you don't really see physically, but since the start of the 8th inning, it has flipped 180 degrees from the Harwich team to Hyannis.
It has. Definitely, momentum is on the Harbor Hawks side.
And now right now we do have the go-ahead run batting for the Harbor Hawks. Who thought we would say that a couple innings ago, but here we are.
And, you know, before Beck came in to pitch for us, we were down 12. And then we had 2 scoreless innings of him pitching and the Harbor Hawks getting hot.
Yep, and just to recap for anyone who's joining us right now, it has been a crazy shootout of a baseball game. It is 16-18 right now in the top of the 9th with 1 out, runners on first and second.
Mitch waits on that one for a ball. Count is even at 1-1, 1 away, runners on first and second.
And Mitch Hardigan, have a day. 1 hit with 2 RBIs, and he scored twice this game.
Swing and a miss from Hardigan.
All right, I think he'll be protecting the plate here as only 2 outs left for the Harbor Hawks. They got to make it count.
You know, in that last home game, Hardigan had 2 hits too. He had that triple to get the Harbor Hawks going. So we'll see if he can do it here again. Triple would bring in 2 runs and tie the ball game. He swings and misses on that one. He will strike out for out 2.
Yeah, and Hardigan can't be mad at himself. There's so many moving pieces on this Harbor Hawk team. He's been one of the consistent players all year long, and he's really been a valuable piece for this Harbor Hawks team, even with that at-bat, if it didn't go how he wanted it to go.
I would agree. Raphael steps up to the plate, 2 away runners on first and second.
And now Raphael is the only player on the Harbor Hawks who has appeared tonight as a batter who hasn't scored across the plate. So hopefully he can buck that trend. Yeah.
Pitch comes in. Beautiful breaking ball for strike 1.
Yep, 70 on the scoreboard. That's pretty slow for a breaking ball, even in college baseball, or even in the major leagues too. Usually you see 75 to 80, but 70 on a curveball, you are just watching it.
Swing and a miss. Down in the count now, 0-2, but we know he is disciplined. So even down in this count, still come back here.
Yeah, now would be a great time for him to make his welcome to the Cape Cod League appearance and do something big for the Harbor Hawks.
All right, counts 0-2 with 2 away, runners on first and second. Pitch comes in. And a dropped third strike, 4 out, 3.
Well, it looks like that will do it. It's official. 18-16 is the final. And how often will you see a game that has 34 combined runs, Taylor? This might be my first time.
Right. I don't know that that's ever happened in Cape League history. We're going to have to check on that one.
Yep, and total time of the game, 4 hours and 25 minutes. This might be the longest. This was 2 baseball games from when we started.
It was. Well, a good fight by the Harbor Hawks, but that will be it tonight. Thanks for watching. From our Director of Broadcasting, Harrison Meyers, our producer, Matt Noah, our broadcasters, Austin DeCouta and Lincoln Revill, I'm Taylor Farmer saying so long and see you tomorrow night.